Yeah. If you had orange hair, you'd look like one of the Muppets.
Yeah, this is what I look like when I have a shower and I get enough nights and then go straight to bed. It all just sticks straight up in the air.
You look like Beaker.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna sort that out in a minute. You don't normally see this side of me. It's that side. Why am I not seeing anything on there? That's odd. Very peculiar. There we go.
Better turn on voice mod.
That's better. That's better.
That's weird. Why has that happened? I'm trying to get my head around what's going on with the music, because I'm hearing two versions of the music echoing over each other. And it used to be because I had two browsers, one, in like DM mode and one as a player. But I turned the volume down in one. But it's still doing it, even though I'm on my laptop, which only has one browser open.
Mine says now playing nothing.
Yeah, well, now I've got... It should be called Cyberpunk City, yeah.
Yep. Getting a lot of feedback from you.
Yeah.
I can hear myself whenever I talk.
Okay, that's new. Let's see what I can do with that. Oh, I know why. That's because the other night it was fucking about in Hayden's game and I turned off all the fancy echo cancellation and all that shit to see if it would help. How's that?
Bollocks. That's better.
There you go. Yeah. Can you hear the music now?
Not really, but I might have the volume down a bit. Have a look. Hang on.
Is it showing as playing?
Yeah, Cyberpunk something or other.
Is the timer ticking up on it? It should say like 3 minutes
3:10.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it now. I'll turn the volume up.
Yeah, so for some reason that's playing on my desktop but not on my laptop.
Have you turned the volume down on your laptop?
No, I mean it's literally not playing. It's there. It says Cyberpunk City, but it's stuck on 2 minutes 6 and it's not increasing.
Bizarre.
But if I don't get it, it's really weird. If I stop it and then play it on my laptop, it then works. What happens if I stop on the desktop? Yeah, fuck, I don't get it. It's very peculiar. Right, I shall be back in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
No,
Oh, then, how are we doing?
not bad, you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good.
How's Charlie?
He's in his bed chewing his bone at the moment.
Leading his best life.
Yep.
Oh.
I think Pigs has gone to sort his hair out because he looked like Beaker.
Sounds like it'd be a good look on him, I think.
If it was orange, it would be uncanny.
Is that right? I have a certain kinship with Beaker. I've used Beaker as my avatar more than once.
Hello.
Hello.
I've de-beakered myself.
You
Should
did look
embrace your inner Beaker.
What's going on here? Got a big ridge in my table.
Big Reg.
Big reg, yeah.
Pigs, I actually managed to capture a screenshot of you on your video with your Beaker hair.
Did you? Or are you just being facetious and you're about to link a picture of something else?
There you go, it's in the general chat.
Yeah. Thought as much. I did, to be fair, look a bit like I always do when I first wake up. My hair's quite long at the minute as well. It's like, I normally have it a lot shorter than this, but so when it sticks up, it proper sticks up. Oh.
Let's get it up.
Hello, Hayden.
Oh.
All right. Johnny did say he could start at 6, or at least he said, I think so, when I asked him. He hasn't said differently. I've used the just waiting on you, buddy. ... buddy. How to make buddy sound like a vague threat.
Fun. It depends on the person reading it, Dave. I might just go, oh yeah, buddy, bye.
Yeah. It depends how you say it. Like, there's a guy at work who says buddy at the end of every sentence. But if you leave a little pause and then say it, there's Johnny. If you say, you're right there, buddy, it takes on a different meaning. What the hell have you... I think my cat just jumped into a closed patio door. Hang on.
Like one of those birds will leave an imprint of itself on the window.
It's done that. I've had that a few times where the bird just flies into my window. It fucking shits me right up when it happens. Because it sounds like it feels like you're under attack. And there's a fucking
Like
RPG being shot.
Didn't that happen in the middle of one of our games, Alan?
Quite possible. Yeah, it did.
Didn't it? We live streamed bird deaths. So we've had bird deaths, guinea pig deaths, Hayden getting cautioned by the police. We have all sorts in this game. It's a roller coaster.
Just jealous because it didn't happen in your game, Dave.
I know. I am a bit. To be fair.
That's hard to top. These.
I know. I don't know how.
Bringing out.
I don't know how we're going to ever beat that one. It was fantastic. Hi, Johnny.
Yeah, me and Dave. I think we were definitely in our happy place there, listening again, where we realised that we got to listen to it all. Honestly,
it's never mind the highlight of my RPG campaign. It's one of the highlights of my life. It's one of the funniest things I've ever experienced.
It's a complete with something.
The gerbil dying was funny. It shouldn't have been funny, but it was very funny as well.
Screaming his last twitching moments.
Yeah, I don't know why I found that so funny. It was just the absurdity of it all.
Yeah.
I was looking after him at the time on his.
Yeah, it was like it was a vigil. It was a vigil.
And his little legs. Remember, no funches are going. His body ain't moving. Doing it like he's on train tracks forever. Bless his little card sucks.
I had the worst case of giggles when that happened.
Yeah, I think me and you both did. We both sort of couldn't stop laughing and realised how bad it was that we couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, you know.
Like the children were running in, they're all sad.
Dying. Nice players.
Really quiet, Johnny. I don't know if that's.
I can't hear you at all, Johnny.
Get your fucking microphone on. put your
headphones on.
or whatever it is on. You microphone's rubbish.
Johnny, we can't hear you, mate. Can't hear you, buddy.
Tried talking to earlier. It's rubbish. Microphone. I bet it's got 1,000 years of pubic hair in it. I know you can hear me. Okay, mate.
So your insult could be amazing, Johnny, but we'll never know.
The wittiest comeback in the world
could be
that
the
no one ever heard.
Could be the height of wit, but we just we'll never know.
If he's a bad guy now, you'd be called the muffler.
It's a bit like a TV show, isn't it?
No.
Johnny silent. That's a good idea, Johnny. Can you do sign language? You got a few good signs there.
Your hands free on, Johnny. We'll be able to hear you.
Johnny, we can't play like this.
For all our sake.
Yeah, I mean, mute yourself, unmute yourself, it's all the same. No.
No. We can hear you, but you're incredibly fucking quiet.
No, that's like you can't. Why are you so quiet? What's happened? What's changed? Why is it different every week?
Belly button lint in his microphone part. Belly button lint.
Oh,
You hear that? Belly button lint. I heard it clearly. What?
I think he said something about tendons in his carpool.
Remember, oh no, I can't say that.
Yes, you can. You can say it.
No, I can't.
You can, because he can't say anything back to you.
You almost sound like Goon out of Popeye Adventures.
Johnny, I'm going to ask you a question, Johnny, and I don't know why, because you can't answer me. But what happened to you getting the screen for your laptop side? That's the end of that conversation, I suppose. Right. Well, the only thing I can suggest, if there's nothing you can do, or at least willing to try, is you're going to have to type your responses. Can't you plug your headphones in?
You won't plug headphones in. Yeah. You've done it before. Now you have the power, Johnny.
Yeah, at one point he was using like this standard Apple headset or something, wasn't he? Or something
that
like
would
that.
work.
I'm sure when he joined it was alright. It's just stupid now.
Maybe your Discord settings. Maybe there's something in there that you could.
Honestly, I rang him on Messenger earlier and I couldn't hear him either.
Oh yeah. I mean, well,
I think his microphone, his phone's fucked or something.
Alex. Just this aura of entropy around Jonathan. All of the technological devices in his life just
he's a Luddite.
start to degrade and generate. Bring back Green Johnny. Good old Green Johnny. That's worse.
Only thing I can think of is just checking that the input volume's all the way up in the Discord settings.
I mean, even the scrap code was better than this. At least you could communicate.
The scrap code days.
I mean, they were harsh. They were harsh.
They were the good old days.
The harsh few sessions they were.
Yeah.
Real test to your endurance.
When
Your
Johnny
stamina.
became far too much like one of his actual characters and just started speaking in binary.
It's just the corrupting effect of the miasma. I can't believe I'm pining for the scrap code days, Dave.
I know. If only we could, I mean, we've got an excuse now, at least, with Dave living several hundred miles away, but if only we could be around a table.
Yeah.
Well, I think if Johnny doesn't seem particularly willing to try much, so hang on, he's back. Are you there, Johnny? Not getting any signal off you at all now. It's not even picking up that you're speaking.
235 miles, Dave.
230. That's fucking drive that in a couple of hours if you get your foot down.
Unfortunately, getting your foot down doesn't help these days. It just gets you to the traffic jams quicker.
It's very true. I always laugh at people when they overtake me, and then I'm like up their ass about 5 minutes later when they keep the traffic start. I'm like, ha ha ha, dickhead.
When it's down to one lane on the motorway, crawling along at 30 mile an hour.
You fucking look so cool overtaking me in a really posh car. Now he's stuck in the same traffic I was keeping my distance from. Ha 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 ha. Look at you in your posh car getting frustrated because you can't go any faster. Ha 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 ha. Sorry.
Let it out, Hayden. Don't let it. Don't keep it bottled up.
Hayden's got some sort of car anguish going on. Show me on the door where the posh car touched you, Hayden.
It was pure joy from me, Dave. I take pleasure watching people get angry behind the wheels. My high vantage point of my Land Rover while being stuck behind me. I can't go any faster, dickhead.
What's Johnny? What's it like at the minute? Can't hear you at all. Something's not working your end. It's not showing you muted.
Not showing him transmitting either, because on the video you get a little green line around your video.
Yeah.
Hello, Paul. Thank you.
Like there's nothing at all now, whereas before there was just mumbling.
Yeah.
You not got a set of headphones with a little speaker in what you get with every single phone?
I think he said he's broke them. I think
every single pair. Well, your missus might have a set. Everybody must have a set who's had a phone.
So at the moment, he's got broken headphones, a broken laptop, and a broken phone.
Oh no!
Say it's his level. Technology is just degrading around him.
Wait, look at him. I think he's broken himself as well now.
Yep.
He doesn't blink.
He's trying to stare me down. And it's working.
Yeah, it's beat me.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I'll take it all back.
Not only are you going to have to roll his dice for him, Dave, you're going to have to talk for him as well.
I know.
Yeah, now.
This is...
Can we take it in turns at being Johnny?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Johnny.
God damn it. The only other option is that
We'll club together and buy him a laptop.
I mean, I already gave him one.
Yeah, but you know.
Let's do it. I'm up for it.
I mean, how much is a cheap laptop?
The posh tablet.
Four ways.
No, you're not transmitting at all, Johnny.
No. It's not showing anything. I don't know why it's not showing that you're transmitting. It's something weird. It's like your mic's not picking you up at all now.
Got a set of headset phones here, Johnny, if you want to run around and grab them on your bicycle. Spare ones as well.
That's my mate John. He works at Curry's. You can get a deal, maybe. I was just thinking whether we just have a whip round and get my laptop.
I could chuck a few quid in, yeah. That's not a problem. But is the laptop that's broken the one that I gave you, Johnny? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking you. You can't answer me. Or did you get another one? I still don't know why I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean...
Still can't answer.
I'm losing my mind. That's what's happened here. I've lost the ability to think straight.
It's because your beaker hair is no longer there. That's the
I
source
know.
of your powers.
Brant was asked quick and can, chuck him a fucking set of headsets. Here you go!
Could try it.
Do try it. So we need to be able to communicate him. I think communicating with him is the bare minimum that we need to do for it. To be able to RPG with him.
We can at least. With the roles being digital, it doesn't really matter who clicks it, does it? But he needs to at least make his choices.
You can't do it by typing, I don't think.
You can, but not on a fucking mobile.
Yeah, that's the other problem.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
had a
yeah,
laptop where he could type, then yeah.
Yeah, but even
I don't know if you can hear us, Johnny, but Hayden's on his way round to try and save you.
Shame Johnny ain't got his camera on because you can see Hayden just turn up and fucking pimp slap him. And then just run away laughing. Give him 5 empty eyes.
You bike round, I've got a spare set of headphones here, unless you want to join me on my laptop. Take it 10 minutes. On bicycle. 6, probably, because it's all downhill.
Are you allowed outside the perimeter?
Can't hear you.
I reckon it's just saying fuck, bollocks, cunt, fuck.
We don't know. Johnny, have you got like a pen and paper?
Hang on, he's typing. He's typing to me.
Okay, great.
Write messages and hold it up to the camera.
I sometimes do that in Alan's intros for his game. I sometimes hold up little signs. Usually they say quiet, please.
Yeah,
he says just... He says, just get started, we'll try and sort my phone out.
Tell him to come round and grab some headphones off me, it will sort his problem out.
You go round. Why don't you go round to his, buddy, in the car? Have you been drinking?
I can't. I've been having an afternoon of beer and burgers.
Beer and
Very
burgers.
nice. Yes.
Very nice.
I'm into the game eating one.
We'll make a start.
I was going to say,
see what
John's
happens.
got a bike. If you want to cycle around, I'm literally like...
I've just sent that. I've told him that, so I don't know if he heard us saying that or not. So I've said that. We'll see what happens. We'll make a start. So on that note, Johnny, take us. Actually, no, that's not going to work, is it? Hayden, take us in.
Well, previously on Dark Heresy.
Here we go. Vernetta flew the stolen shuttle, caked in the odd, faintly iridescent black paint, towards Spire Pagny, one of the satellite towers of House Eldon, the most powerful of the 8 great houses of Desilium. Each great house is arranged in a similar matter, a vast tower of plasteel, adamantium and armor-glass stretching up to the heavens, piercing the clouds, and in some cases, the atmosphere itself. Towering above the teeming masses that toil endlessly to produce the tithe. And around these 8 titanic towers, there are smaller towers, each home to a son, daughter, cousin, or sibling of a ruler of those great houses. And all of this, each great house, each spire, and each lesser noble house surrounds the apex, the glittering needle at the heart of the city, within which lives this planet's ruler, Lady Ord Killian, descendant of the man who was gifted the rule of this world in the wake of the Angvin Crusade, the holy war in which General Drusus, later Saint Drusus, purged this region of space of the filthy Xenos that once claimed it as home. For 2,000 years this sector has grown, as has the Hive itself, as have these towers, and the power and wealth of those that dwell within them. Until a century ago, there was only 7 great houses, but the meteoric rise of House Rosa elevated the 8th house to those lofty heights. Rosa has prospered by the failure of other houses, and at the rate it grows, it will soon equal the status, the wealth, and the power of the other houses too. And in imitation of their increasing financial and political might, Spire Rosa grows too, reaching ever skyward. But it was not to Spire Rosa that Vernetta flew the stolen shuttle. She angled the Arvus lighter towards Spire Eldon, descending to the landing pads arrayed around one of its satellite towers, Lady Pagny's tower. In the back, the passengers chatted. Spring and Tichelos bickered, as they often do. Siegfried napped. The steely-eyed Jarek was silent. Over the comm, Vernetta told the acolytes her intention to beseech, no, demand, Lady Pagny supply them with augments. You were weak, all of you. Too weak to face Cyric's scale again. And she would ask, no, demand, a place to store the shuttle. And as for the pilot, Vernetta would save her. Vernetta must save her. This poor woman, clearly a pilot of the Imperial Navy, fused with machine against her will. She must save her. Vernetta and Tichelos discussed the possibility of augmetics, matching kneecaps, perhaps, they said, and Spring and Siegfried fell asleep together, like grandfather and granddaughter. Shortly, Vernetta brought the shuttle down onto the landing pad of Spire Pagny, and Senior Tartier Cale Marotti, waiting with a squad of heavily armed men, met them. He relaxed when he saw Siegfried was among them. Marotti was not aware Lord Rains had left the tower. Marotti is not aware of many things. He is aware of Siegfried's purpose here in this tower, but not his true allegiance. After arranging for the shuttle to be hidden from sight, and for someone to take a look at the pilot, Cale ushered the team inside. A radstorm was sweeping in from the east, he said. Radstorms are not unusual on Desilium. They can be predicted, as most weather patterns can, but this one seemed to have come out of nowhere. Of course, to the agents of Inquisitor Mesmeron, this comes as no surprise. It is the fallout from a detonation of a distant mountain, swept westward by a vast sandstorm. After being led through a series of opulent corridors, with Spring stealing some sort of expensive ornament along the way, the acolytes found themselves in Lady Pagny's great guest suite, where Siegfried and Tranti have been leading a double life of luxury for the last month or so. Drinks were poured, conversations about augmetics were had. Vernetta managed to maybe persuade Spring to get a new leg, but did Spring really understand what Vernetta meant? She kept asking whose leg would she have? No, a machine leg, said Vernetta. It would be stronger, faster, shinier. Spring likes fast things and shiny things. What on earth, what on terror is going on with Vernetta? The woman who was forced into servitude by a rogue Magos, her augmetics tweaked in such a way that she depended on that Magos for sustenance. She has long hated what he did, what she was forced to become. But something has changed in this young woman. She's begun to embrace the machine. When did it start? Was it on Pandora, her first field deployment, when she saw the butchered remains of the station's crew? The flesh is weak, after all, said the Mechanicum. Had those men and women been enhanced by machine grafts, the Drukhari may have had difficulty slicing them to pieces as they did. Or was it in the battle against Speyer, when Somnus Halbrel joined the fray, his augmetics protecting him against all but the deadliest of blows? Canny took that man's spine and gave it to Vernetta as a gift. From that spine and its still attached brain, a great deal of knowledge about Halbrel's motivations has been gleaned. Or was it perhaps in the Shattered Foundry when Vernetta found and accidentally rescued Alyssa, another young woman forced into slavery by a member of the Dark Mechanicus? Or was it in the fight in the Carnival when the Gene Stealer almost claimed her life? Those claws sliced through flesh easily, but what about steel? Or maybe it was the mountain where Scale had tormented her and taunted her, called her very rude, and tried to force his way into her mind. Cyric Scale, a man obsessed with the Silica Animus, the abominable intelligence, a man responsible for a great many tech heresies, a former member of the Mechanicus and the Inquisition itself. He still lives. Vernetta is sure of this, and she seems hell-bent on finding him and being ready to face him when she does. But at what cost? What price is she willing to pay? Will she sacrifice her humanity to become stronger, faster, smarter? Will she become more machine than woman? Will she give up her flesh? Blessed flesh. Dr. Festus Bouquet arrived in Siegfried's suite. He was a real doctor, and he told you he had once had his identity stolen. He patched you up as best he could. He seemed a talented man, and then on his way, he went, and you had a little nap before Lady Pagny arrived to discuss Vernetta's plans. The augments could be provided, she would make the arrangements, and she would have Magos Groos take a look at the pilot of the shuttle, and sleep came eventually to you all. A sorely needed sleep for some of you. But in the middle of the night, Spring awoke screaming. There was someone on the balcony, she said, a bulky figure with red eyes. Spring seemed terrified, like a child awakening from a nightmare. No one knows how old Spring is. Dr. Pench estimates 18 to 22 years old. Inquisitor Mesmeron's file on Spring describes her as naive to the ways of the world, the Imperium, and even social interaction, but goes on to call her strangely likeable and a ball of seething energy, someone who has great potential if steered by a guiding hand. And while she often appears to have a childlike innocence and a lack of knowledge on pretty much anything, she is quick to learn and adaptable, accepting of ideas and concepts. Some people believe this trait is a sign of gullibility, but the Inquisitor thinks it is something else. She explains in her file on Spring that if one were to explain the intricacies of warp travel to the young girl, she would simply smile, nod, and reply with a right gotcha, and she would understand. But if you were to tell her that warp travel involved the use of goats tied to large wheels, she would know that you were wrong. Even if you believed that to be true, it goes beyond simply being able to tell the difference between fact and fiction, says the Inquisitor. It's almost as though she has an inherent ability to understand how things are and how things work. It's quite a remarkable talent. But she didn't seem to understand what she had seen during the middle of the night. Had she seen anything at all? Or had she been dreaming? Jarek kept watch for the rest of the night. Siegfried gave Spring his bed in a rare act of compassion. "You'll keep me safe, won't you?" she said as she drifted off to sleep again. And the next morning there was discussion of the rad cloud. Had it been intentional to keep people away from the mountain, or at least what was left of it after the detonation? And then it was home, back to the mansion to debrief with Gladstock, to discuss the black metal, how the objects found in the mountain didn't seem to do anything. There was no queasy feeling when handling them, like the previous orbs found on Lansgull Jan and his associates. But then those orbs had been smuggled onto this world. But if they were originally mined and shaped here, as you believed, then they must be activated or given their power elsewhere. Gladstock told you after the briefing of a man named Hannibal who had arrived here a few days ago on a mission to hunt the Gene Stealer. And Gladstock had promised that when he returned, you would help him find if there were any more of these creatures, and also where they had come from, when you had the time. But of course, there is a more pressing matter to discuss. Speyer has returned. Why here? Why now? Of all the countless warp spawn that could have pushed through the veil when a rogue psyker's powers misfired, why Speyer? An unbound demon host now lurks somewhere within the city. The last time Speyer had been unleashed in what is known as an unbound form, with no limitations, was when Gelt used Seraph as the vessel. And according to Gladstock, there had been only 2 survivors from that battle: Inquisitor Mesmeron and someone named Slab. But Gladstock had no idea who Slab was. Alyssa did, and you found him. A hulking Ogrin, in stasis in the bowels of the mansion. Spring woke him up, and he imprinted immediately on Vernetta, like a little baby bird. Little Buddy, he called her. Gladstock began to question Slab. Did he remember Mesmeron, Seraph, Speyer? Yes, he did, although the mention of Speyer seemed to make him very angry. Spring was toting a new pistol. It was clearly Xenotech, and bore a striking resemblance to the strange biomechanical weapon Gladstock sometimes wields. Gladstock warned Spring it was dangerous, to her as well as anyone she pointed it at, and he persuaded her to part with the weapon in exchange for another from his personal collection. Gladstock is making a habit of giving away firearms. Spring had acquired the weapon, she said, through a friend of Chopper Baz. And so, as the rest of you headed to the infirmary to get patched up, Gladstock and Spring went to see Canny's friend, Chopper Baz. After Pench performed his medical wizardry, the Syrian brothers went to see Missy, got some sandwiches made. They asked about Thomas's father. He had been a fancy noble, and she a simple kitchen maid, she said. He was a good man. He knew they could never be together, but she fondly remembered their illicit liaisons, of which Thomas was the result. She didn't know what had become of him, the Lord. Perhaps he had survived the incident. Perhaps not. There had been much death in the spires of Lugnum, the world upon which Gelt had unleashed the demon host, Seraph. Siegfried, too, visited Missy, having some steak and some Rashor soup. That bloody soup again. The smell of it invoked ancient memories in Siegfried. He remembered a simple one-home room. His mother and father and sister were there, living in poverty. What? Mother made soup in a cauldron over a simple fireplace. Father said something about an arrangement would soon change their fortune. What nonsense was this? What strange memory? This is not Siegfried's memory. Preposterous. A simple home, poverty, mother, cooking. Ha! She had people to do that kind of thing. They all did. They were wealthy. They were the von Mortons, one of the most powerful and wealthy families on Granithor, a cemetery world, a world covered in the vast tombs of the sector's most wealthy. They weren't bloody peasants. Vernetta showed Slab where he could sleep in the basement, in the chamber where she shared a recharge frame with Jeeves. When Gladstock returned from seeing Chopper Baz, he summoned you all to a briefing chamber. Dr. Pench, Titulos and Jarek were to head to Port Gaia, to Gaius's precinct. There was a prisoner who demanded the attentions of the Inquisition, it seemed. Siegfried, Vernetta, Ferenus, Slab and Spring were to travel to the Forgotten Market with Gladstock, and they would search for this man who has access to Xenotech, the man who sold Spring the pistol. A man named Cassidy. A scavenger, Baz called him, who searches the waste for lost Xenotech and human tech. But no, Vernetta said, I will not be going. She made herself quite clear on that. Gladstock didn't push the point. Vernetta would stay home with only Les, Missy, Thomas, Jeeves, and Ted for company. 10 minutes, said Gladstock. Grab your gear. And as the acolytes filed out of the briefing room, Mr. Gladstock says, Miss Calamere, could you wait behind a moment, please? I have a favour to ask you. Mr. Glenson, would you wait outside? Oh, sure, says Ted. So this takes place just before you guys all leave for the Forgotten Market. Gladstock and Vernetta seated alone in the briefing room. It's just the two of you. And he watches you, Vernetta, with an impassive expression for a moment. And then he says, we've spoken before, you and I, about how the Inquisitor didn't set any objectives or specific tasks for you in her absence.
Mm-hmm.
That was my idea. You see, we have something in common, you and I, Vernetta. We both find ourselves at the mercy of another. We have both had our physical forms manipulated, altered against our will. And I know you are somewhat still dependent on the limitations placed upon you by your former captor. And I know Antonia promised you a release from those chains, but has yet to deliver. Again, we have that in common. When I found myself returned to the Inquisitor's side, I thought I had been given a second chance, but my condition prevented me from returning fully to a normal life, whatever that is. The Inquisitor forbid me from leaving this mansion in all but the most dire or urgent circumstances, in other words, when it suited her. And then we came here, and we found these orbs. And when I realized what they could do, well, I'm sure you can understand my eagerness to possess one, but of course, again, the Inquisitor forbade it, continuing to confine me here in this mansion. The orbs make me feel more me, And when she took that orb from me and locked it away, I was angry. I'd had a glimpse of my old life, and it was snatched away. The slough, dormant within me, fed upon that anger, and it grew strong quickly. I believe, had it not been for yourself and Lord von Morton giving me back that orb, things might have got ugly. And so, on my behalf, and on the behalf of the acolytes still alive, because of your and Lord Morton's decision to return the orb, I'd like to offer you a small token of my gratitude. It's not much, but I thought you might find them useful. And he pulls out of his inner pocket of his jacket a couple of items that he pushes across the table towards you. And they are plasma pistol power cells.
My thanks.
I find myself wondering what you would do if the limitations upon you were lifted. If you no longer required specially prepared nutrients, if you no longer were forced to stay here in this mansion. Would you leave? Would you find a new life? Perhaps take your skills and knowledge, join the Mechanicum proper maybe? Or would you remain here with us and continue your service to the Holy Ordos despite your newfound freedom? Or something else entirely?
Gladstock, I've been given the option to leave before. My place is here, and I've taken it upon myself to remove some of these limitations. I will not wait on the Inquisitor for such things. And that is a matter I need to speak to you about. I've demanded, no, not asked, demanded Lady Pagny a series of augmetics, one being a new stomach. Well, a mechanical processor of a sort. There will be the matter of funds. I didn't think it would be a problem, but I may have taken liberties. Perhaps you will be unhappy with me for spending the Inquisitor's coin.
I mean, I'd be more unhappy if you were spending my coin, Vernetta. As for the Inquisitor's coin, well, she left us a budget for a reason, as far as I can see.
Seems clear to me after our mission in the mountain that we're not ready for the challenges that we face. We're not strong enough. I've took it upon myself to try and persuade the others to get bionics and augmetics. And as for myself, I've been torn apart by the Gene Stealer. I've decided to make myself stronger.
He nods at this. You're familiar, of course, with the purpose and the remit of the Ordo Malleus.
Well, I'll be honest that I never really delved into that too much. Perhaps you can enlighten me.
They are demon hunters, Miss Calamere. And so far, only once have we encountered what I would consider a true demon. And not once have we hunted such a creature. They seem to have a habit of finding us. The creature that emerged in the mansion, for example. Speyer was an accident. I believe that the Inquisitor brought you all here to learn skills and abilities that would allow you to become effective as members of the Ordo Malleus. And when you say that you're not ready for the challenges you face, I wholeheartedly agree, and I don't mean that in a condescending or disrespectful manner about any of you.
No, of course.
I have personally never faced anything demonic. I was Ordo Xenos until my incarceration. But I think she has brought us here to prepare us. What she did to Gaius, for example, the ritual she put him through.
I see.
However, I'm not sure how that ties in with her obsession with Felrothgeld. She claims to still be loyal to the Holy Ordos, but her remit has always been to seek out the most dangerous and deadly manifestations of the warp and the ruinous powers within this sector. Gelt, while he may be a damnable heretic, he's no demon. He's just a man.
Must be personal.
Make an awareness check, sight-based.
Oh yeah, I love awareness tests.
Yeah. When you say it must be personal, there's a moment where he reacts. You're not quite sure what to make of the reaction, but he definitely sort of stiffens for a moment. One eyebrow arches. That's enough about the Inquisitor. I understand what it's like, Miss Calamere, to have your life hijacked, taken away, to not have freedom of choice. I told the Inquisitor you would benefit from having your freedom returned to you, from being allowed to simply be allowed to live and do what you want. And I think I was right. You have blossomed here, Miss Calamere. In the workshop, you have become a master of your craft. Your curiosity led you to eventually uncover the presence of a Xenos beast within the carnival and the mountain itself. I feel like this may be perhaps personal to you in some ways. The parallels between what Scale has done to Alyssa and what you found in the shuttle, and what the Magos did to you. And while we may not have Scale in custody, we do have his trail. For him to have communicated with you in real time, as you reported, he must be close. We shall find him, Vernetta Calamere, and when we do, I want you in charge of the team that brings him in. You have proven yourself more than capable. And so, with the power invested in me as High Interrogator in service to Inquisitor Antonia Mesmeron, I hereby elevate you to the position of trusted acolyte. You answer only to myself, and obviously the Inquisitor when she returns. You and Mr. Mortalis share this rank, and the responsibility that comes with it, which extends to cover this facility and all those who serve within. He pushes a device across to you. It looks like a small skull and cog brooch. And he taps it once, and it projects a flickering hologram of the symbol of the Ordo Malleus into the air. He says, I found this in the Inquisitor's chambers. It belonged to your predecessor, I believe. Obviously, it doesn't carry the full weight of a inquisitorial rosette, but it is a start. I think you have earned it. I gave Gaius a similar device before he left, and I think it's only fitting that you have yours.
Thank you, Gladstock. You honour me.
He just nods, averts his eyes for a moment as you say you honour him as well. I do have one small favour to ask. This Mr. Glenson you brought back with you, Ted, I don't really know what to do with him. He's not a prisoner. He helped you in the mountain. He has valuable intel and working knowledge on this xenotechnology. From what I understand, he's quite a skilled artisan when it comes to weapons, armour, and the like. So I know your skills are in great demand. How would you feel about an assistant?
I'm sure I could put Ted to work. It'll be most useful.
I'm sure
so much to do around here. I can never seem to find the time.
No.
Everything I want.
Well, he can help you with larger projects, or you could outsource some of your workload to him. Apparently, he's, from what I've heard from speaking to him, he's well versed in the art of crafting ammunition.
I see. Intriguing.
I believe there is a smaller, lesser equipped workshop designed for weapons maintenance and the like, not far from yours in the basement. It could be suitable for such projects as Ted is used to performing. We could perhaps even look into the cost of equipping it a little better, so he doesn't encroach on your space all the time. I believe one of the Inquisitor's previous agents used this room as a ammunition production facility himself, handcrafting bolt gun ammunition with varying results.
Okay, I shall nod. Say nothing.
Right, well, I best be on my way. I've got a date with a smuggler in a market. He stands up, he smiles, adjusts his jacket, and says, you're in charge in my absence, Miss Calamere.
Thank you, Gladstock, and I hope it doesn't turn into a bloodbath.
I'm sure it won't. It's just a simple chat with a gentleman. No need for violence, I'm sure. I'll just try and keep that Von Morton under control.
She was talking about a mansion.
Yeah, that has happened before. Oh, Leanne, while you're up, could you perform your wifely duties and bring me a beer? I'll ask again. Bring me a beer. Okay. So, around 10 minutes later, Vernetta, you find yourself in the workshop with Ted. Your workshop. Your equipment is clean, well maintained, tidily ordered. Tools hang on racks. The servo arm stands ready to assist. You remember the carnage of Canny's berserk rampage in here when he deemed your workshop, in fact the whole mansion, to be haunted. And you smile to yourself at that memory, and you think for a moment of Canny. And you wonder where he is. What he's doing with all that flesh. Blessed flesh. Jeeves stands idly to one side. He seems to have developed a habit. Oh, sorry, yeah. Jeeves seems to have developed a habit of coming down here to the workshop when not following his daily routine or carrying out specific tasks. His suit jacket is still charred. His sleeves, one of them has burned away entirely. He lists to one side when he moves. He looks at you with this haunted look. There are still a number of small holes in his torso from a shotgun blast a long time ago. One side of his face is mangled from this close-range shotgun blast that Gaius dealt him way back in session 15. And there is nothing but a ragged, fleshy hole where once he had a brass Vox speaker for a mouth. Make an awareness test. With a plus 20, it's sight-based.
Okay, I think I've had my ideas of what I was going to do. I'm maybe going to change my plan.
Oh! You realise there's a spanner missing from your rack of tools. And also, the broken auspex that you've had lying around for quite some time has disappeared. Vernetta, this is power play day 24. What would you like to do?
I'd like to comms into Spring and say, Spring, bring me back my spanner.
What?
My spanner, I want it back.
You're a fucking spanner!
You're a spanner, Spring, and I mean it.
I don't mean to be rude, but I don't even know what a fucking spanner is.
I'm going to end the comms to Spring. Right. I think what I was going to do is work on some mechadendrites. So first thing I'd like to do, I'd like to say to Ted, I'd like to hand over this crafting I was doing for Spring. I was making her some gloves, which were an upgrade on where she was before, some mesh gloves.
Yep. I remember the gloves.
I'd like to see if I can outsource this to Ted and say, can I leave you this? I'll explain to him what I was doing with it.
Okay.
And see if I can just set him on that.
Let me just check where we were with the gloves. Here we go. You made them once, didn't you? And they weren't very good, so you were reworking them.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with them because it looked like I think I'd got the debuff. Did your mum make that or something?
Yeah, that was right. Yeah. So you've finished the design process, have you? Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. So
Vernetta's crafting. Here we go. Secret agent admin pistol flask. You won't be needing that anymore. Sorry, Johnny. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to the use of that as flask. I thought there was a lot of potential with it.
I might still make it. When I find out he's died, I might still make it to honour him.
Or just chuck it in the bin.
That's also a possibility.
Wasn't it Mrs. Didn't Missy give you the or did Missy give you another thermos? I can't remember.
I don't recall.
Okay, so yeah, you finished the redesign phase, haven't you?
Let's have a look. It says here, redesigning, difficulty, result. I'm not sure. It's difficult for me to make sense. It's not fully clear to me what these things mean, Dave.
Yeah.
But as far as I can tell, I'm not actually sure. So I think you're going to have to lead me and tell me where I'm at and what's going on. So I don't know. I think that I'm on to fabricating the fittings, but
Yeah, you are.
It's not perfectly clear to me what these things mean. So
Yeah, so what happened was it was the design phase. You didn't design it very well, so you've redesigned it, which now you've got 7 degrees of success on, and you fabricated the fittings once before with a total of 3 degrees. Hang on, is that right? Yeah, you fabricated the fittings before with a total of 3 degrees of success, and then you reworked the mesh shaping of the armor for a total of 3 degrees of success, I think. No, sorry, total of 2 degrees success, and you've got one more shift to do on making the actual armor, and then you've got the final assembly stage.
okay, so I'm gonna explain why I got up to it with Ted and say, well, see what you make of this. I'll leave it up to you how you progress it.
Okay. Did you talk to Brownie about this, by the way?
Oh yeah, Brownie's happy for me to make use of Ted for the time being. Yeah, like basically, I asked him if he had anything he wanted to progress. He said, if you have something to make with Vernetta, then use him to help her craft. If it's the 11th, I'm free, so I can maybe sit in and do his power play. So I think he's just happy while he's not about.
Yeah. Okay. So
let me make use of him.
I've given you Ted's character sheet. So yeah, I mean, James basically did create him as a bit of a crafting bot to assist you, I think, after the conversation I had with him when we made it. So yeah, if you want to make a,
one of the skills he's got, it's absolutely unreal.
He's very good. Ted's really good, but he's it's all. Are you looking at the armorer one by any chance?
I'm looking at his basic skills, Dave.
All right. Where are we looking? Oh yeah. It's a bit weird, that, isn't it? It's a bit random. So give me an armorer roll at what are we at? Plus.
Looks like he's better than I am. Where are we? Trade armor. Yeah, he's pretty good.
He is pretty good, but he's fully upgraded, and I don't think you are.
No.
So if he uses the workshop,
he's got expert armor, and I don't think that's accounted for in his role. I'd put an extra plus 10 in, presumably.
I thought I'd put that in. Just a second.
Just added it now.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So give me. If he uses your workshop, he gets the plus 30. If he goes to the smaller workshop, he only gets a plus 15. But if he uses your workshop, it means you can't use it.
Okay, well, I'll send him off to the other workshop then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so plus 15. It's 4 degrees.
Okay, so yeah, it's basically, it doesn't have things like the automated equipment that your workshop has. It has all just hand tools.
Mm-hmm.
But you can upgrade it later. Okay, so what's he got? 4 degrees of success. All right, so that's Ted spends the rest of the day doing that. That's everything done. Now he just has to put it all together, which will take one more shift.
Okay.
So then, Vernetta, what are you doing today?
So I was going to work on mechadendrites, but I'm going to instead look at Jeeves, and so I'm going to say to Jeeves, I can't stand you looking at me with those puppy dog eyes. Come on, let's get you fixed up, Jeeves. You're a right fucking mess. I'm gonna repair Jeeves.
Okay. So a lot of it is superficial damage. His clothing is probably a little bit beyond your skill, but you could find him some clothes. And Missy might be able to knock something up. She's a bit of a seamstress.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bit of damage to his torso. There's not much internal damage, but there is structural damage to the supports of his back, to one of his arms, and also his face would be more of a Medicae role for the flesh parts. And then there's the most important part, probably, is his Vox grill. That's going to be the hardest part because you're going to have to replace that entirely. Okay. So I'm going to ask for a tech use at it'll be at plus a tech use at plus no a trade. What's the trade one that's for fucking bits and pieces?
Armorsmith, Technomat.
Trade Technomat one for his Vox grill at a plus 10, but then you'll get the benefit of the workshop on top of that. You can do all this in one day as well.
See if I've got Technomat. Armor minor scrimshaw. Right. I don't know if I've got Technomat, Dave.
Okay, so let's do it as your intelligence then.
Okay, so you want an intelligence test, right?
Yeah. With plus 30 for the workshop.
4 degrees.
Okay, and then give me another one just for the general fixing up of Jeeves.
That's a straight fail. Oh no, it's a pass at plus 30.
Yeah. And then give me
Cool.
It'll be 2 degrees of success, wouldn't it? So give me a Medicae roll. If you use your Medikit, you can have a plus 20. I think you've got one. Knock a use of Medicae off, just to sort of, sew the flap of skin back on that's been hanging off his face for fucking nearly a month.
Okay.
Oh dear.
I'll re-roll that. Using a fate point. Much better.
Okay, yeah, and by the end of this, Jeeves is all fixed up, and in the last moment, as you connect his Vox Grill back up to your mouth, he looks at you and he fixes you with this look in his eyes. It looks like he might almost be tearing up, or are you imagining it? And he just says, "Compliance," and then just wheels round and trundles off out of the workshop, almost like he's been here specifically for you to fix him.
Oh, that's better. And I'll comms into Missy and ask him if she can rustle him up Jeeves up a new suit, one that's not riddled with shotgun blasts.
She voxes you back and says, "Well, certainly, Miss Calamie, I'll find something right away." Okay. That is power play 24 done. Meanwhile, back in the market, Siegfried, Slab, Silas. Have we lost Hayden already? It's like 3 minutes to 7. Is this another record?
Not a record.
No, it's not, is it? Hayden!
He's
there.
to beat the existing
Still
record.
Hey, Siegfried, Slab, Silas, and Spring. If you'd like to be a part of this, Alan, you can.
Listening for an hour.
You can resume your temporary role as Spring if you'd like, just so you can get involved in what's about to happen.
Sure.
You should still have control of a character sheet. Okay, let's put you down here. Let's put.
Okay.
Let's. Oops. With Gladstock leading the way and Theranos driving the cargo through the dimly lit lower reaches of the mid-hive, you discovered the Forgotten Market, a run-down lot in a rubble-strewn hab block featuring half a dozen old commercial prefabs where scrap, scavenged tech, alcohol, and who knows what else could be bought and traded. You witnessed an altercation between a courier and one of the shop owners. Derek Patrick Dunnington was the name of the driver. Strangely, his initials were DPD. And Mr. Walker Haddington, the proprietor of the alcohol shop, was not happy. He'd parked in front of his shop. But you managed to defuse this situation and earned yourself a crate of beer in the process. The courier had a package for one Mr. Gladstock. Gladstock took the package. And in the shop next to Mr. Haddington's beer shop, you found the man you were looking for, your quarry. A small, very well-dressed, well-presented man who had somehow acquired himself a scavenged Taurox APC. Silas Cassidy, the pest from the west. A scavenger. someone who makes a living out in the wastes, recovering scrap and old tech. It was this man who found the pistol Spring had acquired, a pistol just like the one Gladstock wields. Gladstock made Mr. Cassidy an offer he couldn't refuse. Bring any Xenotech or rare Imperial tech to him first. Whatever Gladstock and his people don't want, Silas was free to sell to whoever he chose. The alternative was, well, there wasn't really an alternative. Trelane, the owner of the scrap store, seemed unhappy. Silas was his #1 supplier. He complained that Gladstock was going to ruin his business. Gladstock became angry and accused Trelane of heresy, of being a member of the Faceless Trade, the Xenotech smuggling ring responsible, supposedly, for the Black Orbs. And for a moment, that old Gladstock returned, that bestial, snarling man with broken speech and immense strength. He snatched Trelane off the ground by his throat. It seemed as though he might crush his windpipe. It was Spring who diffused the situation, calmly placing a hand on Gladstock's forearm and speaking to him softly. "Calm down, Gladders. He's just a buy-selly man, nothing else." This was not the first time Spring has calmed someone in such a way. Leaving Trelane's shop, you went to inspect Mr. Cassidy's vehicle for forbidden tech. Gladstock fitted Silas with a tracker. Silas's truck was a wreck on the outside, its paint worn away, the armour scored with thousands of tiny scratches, but inside it was immaculate. Everything had its place. And in the middle of this, as you inspected this truck with some random street preacher preaching words of an impending apocalypse nearby, Mr. Trelane, the scrap merchant, reappeared. Oh yeah, and Siegfried pranked the fucking apocalyptic preacher. Which literally brought an end to the page-long rant I had written for him. Mr. Trelane, the scrap merchant, reappeared, approaching with a number of heavily armed mercenaries in black flak armour. He introduced another man, a man who called himself the mayor of the Forgotten Market, and the mayor said he couldn't have you running around upsetting his people like this. He was annoyed at you outsiders coming in here, causing a ruckus. Gladstock has had a tough day. Dealing with a giant child who appears to be scared of the dark, the constant light-fingered Spring who seems to be turning into something of a narco addict. He has things to do, Gladstock. He's trying to coordinate a rather vaguely outlined inquisitorial operation with minimal resources and an inexperienced team. He is frustrated and surrounded by thieves and murderers and general scumbags. He is just incredibly at the end of his tether. And although he is usually calm and collected, in this instance, Interrogator Simeon Gladstock, a man once incarcerated and experimented on for almost a century, a man who may not be entirely human, Inquisitor Mesmeron's oldest friend, and a man whose unusual nature is concealed by his proximity to black orbs, a man who has just received a package from a stranger in the middle of nowhere, lost his cool. "What is it with you people?" he said. "I mean, Thessalian people. You're always trying to start fights without knowing who you're up against. I mean, look at us. Just look at us. Do we look like average, everyday citizens? Do we look like we can handle ourselves against your goons? I mean, we've got a fucking Ogrin with us!" The mayor, Trelane, and the dozen or so mercenaries did not take the hint. And so Gladstock drew a matte black Carnadon hand cannon and blew the mayor's brains out. "No witnesses," he snarled to Siegfried. The battle was brief and bloody. Some of the locals managed to flee in the fight, but the mercenaries, Trelane, even Walker Hadington, the man who gave you free beer, all died in the battle. The bodies of the mercenaries lie scattered around the market now, as do those of Trelane, the scrap merchant, Walker Hadington, and the driver of the reasonably priced fancy ground car. Gladstock stands now over the headless corpse of Mayor Dulcie. His breathing is deep and raspy. There's a hint of that bestial snarl in every other breath he takes. In one hand he grips the Carnadon pistol. In the other, he holds the package. Siegfried has hold of the frail old form of Mr. Fendleton, a wealthy merchant who has visited a young lady of the night just up the way. The tip of Siegfried's power sword hovers dangerously close to the old man's throat as Siegfried forces him back into the car. In the driving seat, the driver lies dead, a single neat bullet hole through his forehead, fired by Silas Cassidy. The unconscious form of the preacher is being dragged away to the north by his two servants. One of them weakly holds an Aquila-top staff before him, like a talisman to ward off evil. Theranos and Spring watch on in horror as Gladstock drops his pistol and snatches hold of the arm of the fallen Mayor Dulcie. He stands on the chest of the dead man and he pulls and tears the arm free from its socket effortlessly. "What the fuck?" says Theranos. "Emperor, protect me!" says Mr. Fendleton, his eyes wide with horror as he sees Siegfried's shoulder the raw power of Mr. Gladstock. And as he says this, Gladstock seems to recover for a moment. The snarl drops from his lips as he hears the old man's cry, and he looks between the old man and the severed arm in his hands. Everybody make a perception check. It's sight-based, but it's also at -10. Hayden? We've lost him.
He'll be
He was
back.
doing so well.
He'll be back.
I'm trying to find Siegfried, Johnny, but I've just had a massive moment and forgot how to spell your name. Everything's in alphabetical order, and I was like, "Where's Johnny?" Right, so awareness, sight-based. You've got heightened senses, I think, haven't you? Yeah. So it's straight for you.
We need to wire up Hayden's chair to Discord.
Once we can electrocute him.
Yeah.
Hayden!
Wire it up to the soundboard. Every time you give him a fucking honk, he gets an electric shock.
Hayden, can we have a sight-based awareness test for Silas, please? It is at a -10, though. So if he's got heightened senses, it'll be a straight test. What about Spring?
I can't seem to find her character sheet, Dave. Would you
Oh, I've taken it off you again. I sometimes tidy up and don't think things through before I do it.
I don't know if we can call your handouts tidied up, Dave.
Honestly, there's so much tidier
organised.
than they should be. They need to be tidied up, but they haven't been yet. Let me just... Where's Alan? There's Alan. Why can't I select you from that list? There you go. You should be able to see it again now in NPC agent character sheets.
Yep. So what was the test I'm making? Sorry, Dave. An awareness test, was it?
Sight-based awareness test at -10.
Failed.
Okay. Johnny, I'm sending you, as the only person who passed this test, I'm sending you a little message in Facebook Messenger. There you go. Okay. Gladstock drops the arm to the floor. Blood splatters across his immaculate suit. "Fuck," he says. What would you like to do, guys? You should be able to see the map, I think. He's still here at the moment.
I'm going to stab Mr. Pendleton.
Okay. Make an attack. He is restrained at the minute, so that gives you a +20 as well. So you can have. Are you doing all out attack or standard single attack?
No, just a standard single.
Okay, so +10 for that. +20 for him being restrained. You can half aim it as well if you want. It doesn't matter.
Won't matter.
Okay, so roll damage. He can't dodge. Siegfried's got hold of him. Describe how you kill him.
Has Siegfried holding him?
Siegfried's got hold of him I think he had hold of him by the scruff of his shirt with the blade of the tip of his power sword under his chin.
So I'm going to be behind him, and I'm basically bringing my chopper down on the top of his head and probably going down to about mid-chest.
Yeah, you carve into him, and the front half that Siegfried's still got hold of stays upright, apart from the front half of his head just sort of peels down, but the back half of him just folds backwards, so he's split in half down to about the waist by this massive fucking chopper that you're carrying.
No survivors.
Gladstock goes, "Oh fuck! Oh shit! Slab! Stand down! Gladstock looks quite horrified at what. Johnny says he wants to loot everything. I am not surprised by that. So, Johnny, there's Mr. Fendleton. There's the guy in the car who's Mr. Fendleton's driver. There's Walker Haddington. There's the mayor. There's Trelane, the scrap dealer, and there are 12 mercenaries. So you tell me who you want to loot. Anyone else doing anything? If people want to loot, they can loot. The rich guy and the mayor.
I'll loot Hayden.
Okay, so if everyone wants to anyone that's looting, make a search test. It's fairly easy, this, so you get a +30 to it.
Luke's right lead here. +30, you say?
Yeah.
+30.
You know what's really annoying? When I do my notes, I put in the margin the initial of your character's name and then what they're doing. And currently I've got Silas, Siegfried, Slab, and Spring.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I'll deal with Johnny first because he said he was looting the rich guy and the mercs. So the guy that he's got hold of, which makes sense. In his jacket, he has a very small, hold-out las pistol, like a stripped-down miniature las pistol. It's easy to conceal. Weapons. You can tell it's not a particularly powerful weapon, but it is quite a good quality weapon. Not the best, but it's decent. So you're having that. He also has 200 thrones in cash. You're having that. I love the fact that Johnny's using sign language. There is also a credit chit, and as you look at this, you realise it's worth 2,000 thrones. But you're experienced enough to know that that on its own isn't particularly useful without ID, and it can also be traced if you use it. There are ways of illicitly getting the money off it. You can take it if you want and figure it out later. Yeah.
We don't need it.
Okay. There's also assorted personal items on Mr. that don't seem particularly valuable, but there is a silver IO stick case with IO sticks and a gold-plated lighter.
Siegfried von Hoover. Hoovering up that loot.
There is also his oath cog, which every person on Hive Decilium carries an oath cog, which is basically a fancy form of ID. You've encountered these before. You've had fake ones yourselves. They basically tell anyone with a scanner could scan these and tell who this person is and who they belong to, because everyone on Decilium belongs to someone. They belong to the boss of the factory, or they belong to a minor noble house, who in turn belongs to a bigger noble house, who in turn belongs to one of the 8 great houses. Are you having that? Okay. You don't find anything else. That's more than enough, I think. Silas, who are you looting?
Eileen.
Mr. Trelane.
Eileen.
Let's have a look. What does he have? He has on him. What did you get? You got a success there, didn't you?
Agrees.
All right. He has on him
4 degrees. 4 degrees. I can't do it without sounding Australian.
He has an assortment of low-value tools that you don't think would be particularly worth having. Just spanners, bits and pieces like that. You've already got a load of stuff like that in your truck, and they don't look like they're very good quality. He does have also on him 3 spare parts, which are like this generic spare part that always happens to be the right spare part for the right moment, and it gives you a +10 to tech use tests.
Oh, okay.
So on your character sheet, Hayden, you can add 3 spare parts.
An old screwdriver into his neck.
Okay. Feels a bit unnecessary, but yes. So Hayden, add 3 spare parts. He also has a combi tool.
Ooh.
37 thrones.
37 thrones.
And a device, a sort of electrical, mechanical device. Give me a tech use test. Straight tech use test.
Okay, let's just type in updating my thrones. Use.
You know what this is. It's a signal jammer. This is a device that can be placed to block Vox communications. However, it appears to be broken. But would you know it? You're just the sort of person that could fix such a thing. It will take some time to fix, but you think you could fix it. Okay, so that's you. Spring, what's Spring searching?
Walker Haddington.
Walker Haddington. What have you got? You've got 2 degrees of success. Okay, on Mr. Haddington. You found
Haddington.
I can't remember who killed him now. You find 23 thrones for Spring. A hip flask full of cheap amasec. A key to a hab block. Spring would recognize it as such, but it has no indication of what hab block it opens. And there is also a small leather-bound notebook containing the recipe and instructions for making Mr. Haddington's prize brew.
Oh. Yeah.
Slab, are you doing anything?
I'm sitting on the wall.
Okay. Second. Okay. I'd like everyone to make a site-based awareness test at -10. I'm just going for a wee.
Lane. Lane.
Fucking hell.
Both good there, Dave.
Gotta go and get some.
Must be all that sitting on the wall.
I never expect to pass a roll where you need 11.
You know, you sat in the right place, obviously, on your wall. Meals, trying the sights. Fine. Has anybody looted Mayor Lulsey yet?
No, not yet. There's only the
He's
3
looting.
people that have been looted.
Can we loot Mayor DeLucy? Or Lucy, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I'm coming back round again to see what everyone wants to do in a minute. So. Okay, so awareness test. Oh, I haven't done one for Siegfried. Oh, bollocks. There we go. Siegfried just passes, straight passes. So everyone passed. And who's got the 3 degrees? Spring has. All right, so as you're all looting and you're sort of glancing around the area, you can hear an unusual silence to the region now, whereas before you might have heard, distant voices. This is, after all, a residential district. It's gone very silent now, almost as though, people are used to hearing gunshots and they know it's a good sign to get the fuck out of Dodge. The only sound here is the sound of your booted feet and the occasional rustle of a corpse as you turn it over. But you keep your eyes peeled looking around. You're all quite experienced agents now. And as you're glancing around, you all notice Gladstock is still just standing there. He's dropped his pistol on the floor and he's still just standing with this arm at his feet with the body of the mayor before him, and he's still got this package in his hand. Silas, you see up to the north, a face peeks round this wall here. Let me just see if I can
Enough to make reaction tests and shoot it.
It literally just peeks for a second, and you recognise who it is because you know this area. It's right, Johnny. I've seen that. It's Good Time Tilly. It's the local prostitute, and she's basically hiding behind this wall. And she obviously has peeked round to see if he's still there, and you see her just quickly duck back. Spring, you also see this, and then you hear a noise from over to the west. And you hear... Where's Spring? There she is. You hear what sounds like a door creak almost immediately west of you, from one of these shops over here. Siegfried heads over to Gladstock, pats him on the shoulder and goes, there, Gladstock, there. And Gladstock starts for a moment and goes, my apologies. I'm not feeling myself. Something's wrong. I think he picks up his pistol, holds it. I think we should move quickly. What's everyone doing?
Say no prisoners, Gladstock, no witnesses.
And he looks around and says, well, it looks to me like there's pretty much no witnesses.
Yeah, they're all gone. I'm going to say it's
There was a
spring.
nosy up there. Want me to go silence them?
He looks at you for a moment and says, no, I think we've done enough killing for one day.
Smash the suit doing it. Don't worry.
And you've only just met Mr. Gladstock, Silas, and he struck you straight off the bat as quite an aggressive, merciless man. But the version of him you're seeing now is something else. He seems to be a little bit unsure of himself, a little bit disturbed by something.
I don't know what to make of him yet, really, do I? New
Probably not.
scene. Everything all right, Mr. Gladstock?
Yes, it's fine. I'm not feeling myself. And he calls to you, Siegfried, and says, Rysalor, we need to leave. Spring, hurry.
Silence,
No, it's nothing like that. What's everyone doing?
Nightmare. Jump in the Torox, shall we?
Okay, Siegfried, what are you up to? And Spring, what are you up to as well? And Slab.
I'm just walking towards the track.
Okay.
I'm going to say, all right, Gladstock, yeah, let's get out of here. How did we come in? Via this truck, did you say?
No, you came here in your usual Cargo 6, but there is Silas's trucks here as well. Just a second.
Oh yeah, I forgot how one's done.
As you all start moving, I don't know what just happened.
Sensing
There
peas and onion.
Oh, bollocks, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Yeah, I don't give it. There is a muffled crack from Siegfried, who has got his rifle up, and he has fired through the wall north of his position. And there is a thunk of the rock wall being hit, which is slightly louder than the sound of his gunshot. And a moment later, a body falls out. And the dead prostitute, Good Time Tilly, with a neat hole through her head, slumps. Just basically, her head and shoulders come out from behind the wall.
Oh, well, it's a good job we got them all then, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, great. Nice one.
Work. Sir.
No survival.
Siegfried, by the way, did say he was going to loot the soldiers as well. So I'm going to do a little roll for him, just checking the soldiers. And as the rest of you are getting ready to leave, Siegfried is still basically patting down these mercs, stripping their weapons. Oh yeah, search the mayor if you want. Yeah, give me a search roll. Plus 30 search roll. Yeah, Siegfried's patting them all down, collecting the weapons, I imagine. Most of the armor is... There's no full sets. It's all fucking trashed. Grenades. I'll tell you what they've got in a minute, but I'll assume that you're... I know what... Johnny, I'm a vacuum cleaner for this shit, so I'll tell you what they've got. So the soldiers each have a set of light flak armor. So it's not as good as what you've found in the past, but it is more concealable. But every single set is in some way damaged. They also each have an M36 las rifle, which is pretty much a standard las rifle, but it has a variable setting where you can reduce the range and the ammo usage and increase the power of the shot. One of them has a pump-action shotgun. 3 of them have some Roth pattern las pistols. One of them has a scoped red dot hunting rifle. There are a total of 36 las charge packs, 6 las pistol charge packs, 24 shotgun shells, 18 hunting rifle rounds, 12 pressure point mercenary licenses, and a contract signed by Mayor Dulcie to pay the mercs 180 thrones per week to guard this market. In addition, there are 140 IO sticks. So Siegfried's just gathering it all, loading it onto the... Okay, so that's more shit for the armory. But none of them have any money on it. Sorry, Hayden, what was that?
Great at donating weapons.
There's a lot of weapons turning up in that armory. You have got enough to equip like a platoon of guardsmen now.
Point.
All right. And you wanted to loot the mayor, didn't you, as well? So as you're patting down the mayor, what has he got on him? Okay, so there is on the mayor, Hayden, if you want to get your character sheet ready and start adding this stuff, if you want to take it, there is
Siegfried.
there is an encrypted data slate, Hayden. Yeah. Have we just lost... Oh, he's still there. Hayden was locked up for a moment.
No, we have lost him.
Yeah, he's back now, I think.
Back.
Yeah, so there is an encrypted data slate. Hayden, if you want to add that.
Okay.
A small iron Aquila charm on a...
It's like... Oh, come on, get off. Oh. A bit stilly with me at the moment, Dave.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Right.
So did you get the Aquila? Okay. There is also a wallet. And in the wallet, there are 43 thrones. And there is a picture of this man, this Mayor Dulcie. And he stands in this pict with a woman who looks like she's of a similar age, but she doesn't look very well. And standing by the side of them is a young man, his mid-20s, and a pretty smiling young woman. And they stand with their arms around each other. And the woman supports a young girl on her hip who is perhaps 2 years old at the most. It's clearly a family picture of this man and his dying wife and his son's wife and their child. And on the back of the pict is a handwritten note that says Ascension Day 815 M41. Which is about 3 months ago.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So, are you keeping Mayor Trelane's family picture? You know I like to do this, Johnny. You know I like to do this. Every now and then you'll kill someone, I'll be like, here's a memento that shows their private life, what they were like.
I can file it away.
Okay, cool.
Just some back in my Torrents.
All right, is anyone else doing anything, or are you leaving this?
Leaving.
Siegfried? Leaving. Okay. All right. It's working fairly smoothly, this, I'll be honest.
It's surprising. I thought, Johnny, that the bare minimum we needed from you was to be able to talk, but...
Turns out, no, we don't even need that, do we?
No.
We just need his expressive face.
We should just try a session where nobody talks.
I told you my idea about my musical session, didn't I?
Oh, God, no.
Okay, so Mr. Gladstock seems to pull himself together for a moment, and he's still got this package in his hand, and he keeps looking at it. And he says, "We should leave. The gunfire will have been heard, and I have no desire to tangle with law enforcement. Siegfried, Spring, Slab, take Mr. Cassidy to the carnival. Show him where we can find us. Tell Les to pick up and upgrade Mr. Cassidy's truck as I instructed him earlier. Fernetta and I have some equipment to pick up. I'll see you back at the mansion later." And he sweeps away like a sort of vampiric villain with his cape as he heads towards the truck with Fernetta in tow.
He's flouncing.
And then he spins incredibly fast and grabs hold of you, Silas. Not hard, just grabs hold of your shirt, and you could see him like sweating, but you realise his sweat isn't moving. It's, appearing on his skin and staying in one place, and it's almost like it's artificial, like he's a waxwork or something. And he says, "My people will show you to our base of operations. Remember," and he taps you on the arm where he injected the tracker. "I can find you. You work for me now. I'll find you wherever you are. Once every 10 days. Bring to me what you find. Be discreet, be quiet, be secret. If you are unable to make the rendezvous, transmit your explanation on this frequency." And he gives you a scrap of parchment. "My man Les will upgrade your Vox equipment, so range shouldn't be an issue. If you fail to contact me, make the rendezvous, I shall send Reiselor to find you. Do you understand? And you better be dead or in chains when he finds you, or it won't end well." Any questions?
Trip some yeah. Can't get away. 10 days. No questions asked. Take my truck.
Bring the truck to the carnival with my companions, and we will upgrade it.
I'm going to pat Silas on the shoulder and say, "Welcome to the team."
Hi. Welcome. No questions.
He said, "Right. Well, since you're now an employee of mine, and I can duty of care over my staff, when you reach our base of operations, my people will show you to the infirmary, the armory, and kitchen. Take what you need! The wasteland can be dangerous, so I'm told. And should you find yourself in a pickle while you're out there, do not hesitate to contact us." And he holds out his hand towards you, Silas. Are you taking his hand? Can't hear you, Hayden.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him. He's not transmitting. Hayden, you're not transmitting for some reason.
He's gone all Johnny.
You got to shake his hand. Okay. He shakes your hand and says, "Welcome to the Inquisition, Mr. Cassidy. See you in 10 days." And then he does his sweep away with his cape across his face, still holding this package. And off he heads. Ferinus goes after him, and he just looks over his shoulder at you, Siegfried, and Spring. And Ferinus' eyebrows are raised, and he's pointing at Gladstock, going, "What the fuck?"
He seems like he's gone off the rails again.
I thought, fucking hell, Ferinus goes after him. "I'll see you back at the mansion." Okay. No, I'm good, thank you. That's Mr. Gladstock. Mr. Gladstock's the best thing in this game. Mr. Gladstock's been too straight for too long.
Oh dear.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, he's holding his package, Johnny, sorry. So Mr. Gladstock and Ferinus, off they go. Leaving the rest of you in Silas's truck, Silas's Taurox. Now, this thing is an armoured all-terrain vehicle that runs on 4 caterpillar tracks. It's essentially an APC. You've all seen them. You know what the Guard use. It's got a twin-turreted autocannon on the fucking roof. It's battered. Absolutely fucking battered. There's barely any paint left on it, and the surface of it looks like it's been scratched repeatedly. But on the inside, it appears that Silas really looks after it. Everything's clean, everything's tidy, everything's in its place. Silas himself looks like this as well. He's only little, but he's very well dressed. Not gaudily, expensively dressed. He's just, he's a man that takes pride in his appearance. And you spend the next couple of hours driving back to the Carnival of Catastrophe. Spring, Siegfried lead the way. Silas directing you back to the Carnival. But before we set off, actually, so Silas hops in the front. You can get 3 people in the front. So who's riding up front with Silas?
Sure, I'll ride up front with Silas.
Oh, and before Gladstock leaves as well, just as he does his dramatic sweep with his cape and away, he throws something to you, Siegfried. And you catch it effortlessly, and it is a small child's nightlight with what look like fish going round and round in it. So you get to the truck, and Spring gets up front. Siegfried, what are you doing? In the front. Silas, okay, so Silas, Spring, and Siegfried are in the front, which, it's not big enough for you, Slab, up front. Are you getting in the back?
No. I'm just standing there waiting.
Your voice mod's not on, David. It's not the same unless your voice mod's not on.
I only get the voice mod on when I'm actually saying something to Slab.
Okay, so Slab is just standing by this truck. He doesn't seem to be getting in. Siegfried, Spring, you doing anything about this?
Yeah, I'll jump out. Say, all right, big man, you coming home? How did he get here, by the way? How did he get here? Did he come here? How was,
he rode in
Slab Roy?
Yeah, in the back of the truck.
He rode in the back of the truck with Spring.
With a light on. You need to shut the night lights on, turn it on again. Then he goes in. This little fishy light.
Who's got this fishy light thing?
That's what Gladstock's just given to Siegfried.
Siegfried.
Siegfried's offering it to you, I believe, with his hand gestures. Okay. It's magnetic, this thing as well.
I'll have a look at it and go, oh, shiny. So what do we do? I'll go inside the truck and put this on the ceiling. Is it like It's like a mobile thing, isn't it?
It's basically a combination of mobile and nightlight, and Spring witnessed it on the way here. Gladstock put it in the back of the truck. Gladstock came prepared, and it was the only way he could get Slab to get in the back of the Cargo 6 truck.
I'll go in, I'll put it on the ceiling and go, actually, this is quite hypnotic. And I think I'll stay in the back of the truck and watch the...
Fishing! Fishy.
Yeah. Fishy.
I've got a feeling that the Spring and Slab relationship is going to blossom into something absolutely preposterous. All
I'll
right.
get Slab to do some stealing for me.
Yeah, he's really not going to be good at that. He's like 3 meters tall.
I could be the cover that the thief hides behind.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Okay, and so with that, you head off back to towards the carnival. It takes a few hours. At some point during the afternoon, while all this is going on, back in the mansion, Vernetta, I'd like you to make an awareness test, please. It's hearing-based.
Nope.
You're busy working away on Jeeves when suddenly you get the sense, this is a little after midday, you suddenly get the sense that you're being observed. And you turn around and you see, standing just inside the doorway to the workshop, is Fat Les. And your sudden movement and turn seems to catch him by surprise, and he averts his eyes just late for you to realise he was staring at your behind.
Fucking hell, Les.
Oh, all right, hi. It's me, Les. From the armory.
What do you want, Les?
Oh, no, nothing. I came down yesterday.
See what you wanted to see.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lovely workshop you keep here. Yeah. It's lovely. It's shiny and polished. It's just how I like it. But I came down yesterday, you see. I needed to borrow a spanner, but you weren't here. So, I helped myself. I hope you don't mind. I'm just returning it, that's all.
I do mind, Les. Don't take my things. I'm going to snatch the spanner out of his hand. Don't take my things.
Sorry. I just, I needed one. I was working on stuff in my armory, and I didn't mean no harm. And I noticed, and he pulls out of his little tool bag that he holds. I noticed your auspex was broken, so I fixed it. I made it better. And he hands you the broken auspex.
I'm going to have a look at it. I'd like to appraise it, please.
So it looks like he's added like an armored shell to it, made it tougher, and it's got rubberized corners. And he said it's a bit more durable, isn't it? These old X87 models, they're a bit delicate, The X88 was a bit tougher, but it was never designed for your field use and that. Yeah, more like a scientific lab device. Anyway, you should be able to take a bit more of a beating now, when you're out and about.
I thought this was a bit beyond you, Les. This sort of work.
What do you mean? I've got a new arm, ain't I?
I know you got a new arm, but never mind. I just didn't think you. Oh, just forget I said anything.
No. I mean, things. I know. I have my way around stuff and things and fixing shit. But I had them stupid fucking arms, didn't I?
All right. So what's happened to his arms then? Has he got some new ones from Pagny? Has he, or has he got?
No, he's got
Gaius's cast-offs.
He's got Gaius's old arm, but only one. He's got a fairly decent augmetic left arm, but his right arm is still this giant, just two-pronged pincer that looks like it was taken off an orc. It's shit. His right arm, but his left arm is a bit more dexterous.
Oh, we've been entering discussions with Lady Pagny in order to get our team outfitted. I shall add a new right arm to the list for you.
Oh, that'd be really nice. You're really generous. What a coincidence, isn't it? That, you happen to have been making such arrangements.
It's a coincidence. I find that life is full of these coincidences.
It is. You're right. It's strange, fate, destiny, all that sort of stuff. Say, I've been speaking of fate and destiny. I've always believed that I've been destined to be an author.
All right. Has
Yeah, I mean-
Vernetta heard any of this? I don't know if she has.
Probably not. No.
All
He
right.
tends to only approach his the male people here, and he says, "I've been writing a book or two. If you were interested in reading it."
I'm terribly busy, Les, but I think you should follow your dreams.
Oh, well, if you ever change your mind, let me know, and I'll send you a copy over. You can have a read, have a peruse of my work.
It's very very kind of you, Les. I shall certainly think about taking you up on that offer if I get the chance.
I'm sorry about the spanner thing. I desperately needed one. I got something stuck, and I just needed that right size of spanner.
I see.
Anyway, I'll see you.
Oh, and Les, if I see you checking out my ass again, I'll be forced to tell Canny about it when he returns.
What? What is you? Yeah, I mean, Canny's alright. Big lad. He's my mate, isn't he?
Mm.
I don't know what you mean. I don't
Okay.
even know what an arse is. I don't even know where I am. Bye.
Bye.
Let's fuck off. So you have now. I think you already have an Auspex that works, but this one also works. Les has repaired it. It's gained the durable trait.
Cool.
So if at any point it becomes damaged or destroyed, you must roll a d10. And if the result is a 6 or more, then it is not damaged or destroyed.
I'm going to drop it on the floor.
Okay. Roll a d10.
Gonna be one of those indestructible mobile phone demonstrations where it breaks instantly.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. As you pick it up, roll another d10 for me, please.
Transformed into a Decepticon.
Yeah, it's. You think he's actually done a good job here?
Oh, I was thinking Les was useless, but maybe he's not. Maybe I've misjudged him.
Les has been working behind the scenes on a lot of stuff.
I'm going to mutter under my breath. This mansion is full of perverts. First Otto, now Les.
That is true. So to metagame a bit and because I can trust you, Alan, with this information, this Auspex has indeed gained the durable trait. It also has the faulty trait.
Oh dear.
And every time it's used, you have to roll. So every time you get in a situation where it could be damaged or destroyed, on a 6 or more, it's actually okay. But every time you use it, you have to roll a d10. And if you roll a 7, just a 7, then it electrocutes you.
Okay.
Okay. I trust you to actually still use that device, because I know you will. All right. Dead Pervert Society. Well played, Johnny. Okay. Let's get rid of that. A few hours later, meanwhile, back in the truck, is there anything you want to do in the truck? Anything you want to talk about, the four of you? Anything you want to do? It's up to you.
Indeed. Oh, Slab, know any good jokes?
No.
I'm going to, let's see, what can I do?
I need a doctor.
Oh, yeah?
I'm
Is he wounded, is he? Oh, we've got a doctor. Do you drink, Slab? I'm going to hand him hit flask.
No,
Change in a sec.
die if I don't.
You die if you do. Okay.
If I don't drink, I'll die.
Okay. Well, here you go. I'll hand him the ammo sack.
Okay. It shows. So is this the one you've just looted?
Huh?
So she hands you this small hip flask with a bit of a pungent spirit to it.
I will daintily take it between my oversized finger and thumb and squash it. Oh.
Oh, well, never mind. Easy come.
What the hell's
Easy go,
going
Slab.
on back there in my truck? Careful what
I
you're
can't hear
doing.
Hayden. Can anyone else hear Hayden, or is it just me?
I can hear
No,
it.
Say something for me, Jane.
Say, be careful what you're doing there back in my truck. Behave yourselves.
Oh,
Keep it
sorry.
nice and clean for the use, and everything's got its place.
Well, sorry. There's now there might be a bit of amasec on the floor.
He's going to mutter some Texan like swear words under his breath and pick something out of his nail while he's driving. Make sure it's dust free.
Siegfried, the way Silas speaks, it wouldn't mean much to Spring or Slab, but the way Silas speaks, Siegfried, is unusual. His accent is a little out of the ordinary. And I'm going to make an intelligence check on your behalf, Siegfried, which you do not pass.
Who's thinking about murder?
Yes.
All the loot has got.
Fate point. Okay. Siegfried wants to fate point that. That was incredible, by the way, Johnny. I tip my hat to you for that. For that bit of shadow puppetry. I've lost your intelligence. There we go. You've heard it before. You've heard someone speak with this accent before, but you can't place it. So it's still a couple of hours drive back to the carnival. If you guys want to talk about anything, do anything, go for it.
Well, life on the... What did you call us? This new business venture we're in. Is it a good pair?
Oh yeah, money's good if you survive.
Yeah, that's always a thing. Like in the wastes.
Well, what wastes are these?
Just the waste of Deslume. That's why there'll be no paint on this truck on the outside. No point. The wind and dust are straight off the surface. I bet not too many on the outside. Yeah, I go out there, average around. All sorts of strange people, type mutants out there in the sand.
Well, is that where you go trading?
Oh, well, you see the point where I go trading, I got a few other part stops as well, yeah. Yeah, also, it's not just trading, I do a bit of scavenging, refurbishing.
A bit what?
Refurbishing. Yeah, I'm just making up the word there. Refurbishing. I don't want to... But yeah,
I got what you were saying.
I know how to tinker with a bit of tech.
All right.
I'm good at sights on your gun as well. I need to shoot a bit straighter, just ask me.
I'll shoot perfectly straight. Thank you very much.
Johnny's got to go for a minute. His wife needs him, so worry about Siegfried later.
They're going to have a mute conversation.
So let's hope his boy hasn't chopped his toenails off again.
What?
What? Huh?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to know. So in the back of Spring and Slab, if you look in Discord, you'll see this picture that the Watchers just posted. And there is this suit of armor, which seems to be designed for someone that measures about, is it 5'2", 5'3"? Wherever you are,
Yeah,
you're not really big, are you? And
well, I'm just the size of a small woman.
it's a very small suit of armor. He's not a particularly high tech suit in that it's definitely not power armor or anything like that. But it looks like it's a series of
It's
auto-reactive. Well, not even that. It's like auto-reactive ceramite plates. There's an environmental body glove built in, and you don't get the impression it's like particularly great combat armor. It looks like it might be more like an environmental suit. that has been upgraded to survive a particularly hostile environment.
I've got Otto's quill.
Uh-huh.
I'd just like to.
Oh shit! Yeah, you've got Spring's character sheet. You can steal it. You can see everything Spring's stolen from everyone else.
Oh yeah. I'd like to. I certainly can. I'd like to. I'd like to just put Spring was here on his armor using the quill, please.
Okay.
You see that message I sent you, Pigs?
I'll have a look in a sec. I've somehow zoomed right out of all. Can't read it. It's that small.
Yeah, there's one item that's of particular interest that I've seen on this this list, but yeah, it's quite interesting.
Can't even remember what she's stolen.
Quite a bit.
So look.
And then when I've finished, I shall point it out to Spring and laugh.
Okay.
What's up, big man?
So you look at what he's showing you on the wall of the APC, and I'll send you a message.
Don't tell the stroppy man.
I'm going to wink at him, tap my nose, and say, "Yeah." I'm going to go. Shh.
Mum's the word.
I just need to. I'm intrigued now. What's in Spring's inventory? It's been a while. Just a second. She's nicked all sorts of stuff from all sorts of people. Oh yeah. I think I know what you might have found interesting rather.
What's going on back there, you two?
Oh, nothing. We're just getting to know each other.
Fishy.
If I'm back there, I'll be shooting those fishes off the roof.
All right, Silas. I mean, I don't know much about Mr. Slab, but I think he's probably not one you want to get angry.
I'll be alright while I was locked in there.
I mean, he's like 3 times taller than you.
I'm not so sure.
Siegfried, all this time, by the way, is directing you, Silas, to drive the Thorax down various side streets. Most of it is in like the lower regions of the mid-hive and the upper lower hive. But as the drive goes on, you realise that you're inching down. You know, every sort of 10 minutes you drop another level, and then another level, and another level. And you're heading into the core of the hive city itself. Okay, and after unless there's anything else anyone wants to do, after a few hours drive, you pull up into the darkness of the lowest level, technically the lowest level of the hive, where there is nothing but dust, rubble, and the vast supports of Hive Desoleum, and of course the rusty old elevator platform that leads down to the bowels of the city. And yes, the only light here comes from a few patches of lichen growing here and there, and the headlights on Silas's APC. Spring, Siegfried, you both know the way pretty well, and you lead Silas and Slab. Slab maybe needs a little bit of encouragement from Spring with the fish lamp, but you lead them down to the elevator, and after a noisy, rickety ride for about 20 minutes or so down, which has gone down from 30 minutes as it was originally since Vernetta oiled the whole thing. Eventually the platform grinds to a halt, and you make your way down the tunnels towards the light of the carnival, standing on the island at the centre of this lake of chemical-tainted water. And it's still not open yet. It's an hour or two before it normally opens. Jax and Strang are standing there as usual. Strang's developed since the last time Siegfried and Spring saw him. Strang's developed some quite horrific scars down one side of his face. And Jax says, "All right, Spring." And and Strang says, "Spring."
All right, lads. What happened to the face?
Got shotted and stabbed and burned. Ouch.
Who shot you?
Man with legs and arms and an head.
I see. That's cleared it right up. Cheers.
Jack says, no, let me explain, right? We was down in the canyon, you know, the crevice, and he points south of the carnival, says, with Seraph and this new fella. And right, they asked us to go help him, right, find, his fucking the people responsible. You know Paolo. I mean, you maybe don't know Paolo, but you know that thing that got out and was running around the carnival, like killing everything.
Yeah, the one that chopped up V.
That's the one. Yeah, fucked up your mate V. Yeah. We were asked to go find Paolo. Husband of the woman that was involved. He was responsible, apparently, for bringing the thing here. So we went down to help Seraph and her new mate. And we found all these fucking goons, fucking clown shoes, motherfuckers, down in the canyon, like worshipping some sort of like statue thing. Anyway, we got in a bit of a fight. Strang here got his face all fucked up, and then this guy was like making everything cold and weird, and then he started laughing, and he said something about Seraph was pretty, and it was nice to see her again, and he'd see her again later, and he fucked off.
All right. Oh, have a strange occurrence.
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, it's been real quiet around here lately, since Canny's lady killed the beastie, and that nastiness with them mercs that got slaughtered. Oh yeah, tell your boss we sorted all that out, by the way. And other than that, everything's fine.
What do you mean you sorted it all out?
Well, there was all the mercenaries. Yours.
All right.
Someone killed them, crushed them all, like literally squished them. All the blood got out of them. And anyway, your boss, the one in the fancy suit, he come out and he says, "Get rid of them. You can have the weapons, sell them, keep the money." So we got rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Exsanguinated.
They're doing a what now?
Slab squashed them. Do we not know?
I think it was Mesmeron.
Oh,
no one knows. No one knows.
No.
It wouldn't have been Slab. It was before you met. It was a while back. It was after the film noir episode when Johnny decided to steal all that money and then hire the mercenaries that lived in the carnival to escort you back to the house with the money. And then you told Mesmeron you'd done that, and Mesmeron was like, "You did what? With what mercenaries?" And then the next day they were all found dead.
I see.
I think in character, I think it's Gladstock, but out of character, I think it's Mesmeron.
Yep. Yeah, so how you been anyway, Spring? I was seeing you got a new friend. But you, Slab, says, "You're a fucking big bastard, ain't you?"
Boy, what's your language?
Sorry. And you're a little guy, he says to Silas.
Fusso. Piss off shits like you and fuck off. Well, you never catch me.
You
All
got
right,
some
fucking.
fucking language as well.
I've got a big amount of size.
Everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Chill out. What the fuck's going on? Strang, what's going on? And Strang just goes, "What's going on?"
He's got a little man's complex.
Oh, that guy's. We're all friends here. We're all friends.
Fuck you know. Some of your friends, Spring, I tell you, they're fucking crazy people.
Yeah.
Sorry
right
for
bunch,
the
aren't
language.
They're a right bunch, aren't they?
I did it because he's the weirdest guy ever.
He is. He's tiny. He's pathetic.
I'm really weak.
He's gonna say,
Really fat.
Weakness.
and Jax looks at the two newcomers, Slab and Silas, and says, "So, all right, let's. We obviously got off on the wrong foot here. I'll tell you what, right?
I'm sorry, partner.
Says, look, no hard feelings. I didn't realise." He looks at you, Slab. "Didn't realise you're one of them people that don't like bad language. I'll remember that in future. I'll watch my P's and Q's. Won't we, Strang?" And Strang just goes, "P's and Q's." He said, "Tell you what, tomorrow night, all right, got a little something special. See,
Like Marvel's fancy guns got there.
oh, these are good little weapons, ain't they? Yeah. And they are
Hmm.
ridiculously good quality
Right,
weapons for this
that's
far
good.
down the hive." I said, no, better than that, right? You see, every night, the end of the carnival, the grand finale, is the arena champion fights all comers. You know, anyone from anywhere in the hive, sometimes further afield. Well, the
It's
last
arena
few
champ.
days, yeah, arena champion. There's been a couple this last few weeks since we lost our reigning champion of the last 8 years. But anyway, last few weeks.
That.
You what? Sorry.
Who's the reigning champion?
Oh, he's a friend of Springs, actually. A big chap named Kenny. Lived here for years. Always beat everyone that came to him.
I don't think that's a pleasure. Everybody speak to me, though. Mind sir.
Well, I'm sure Kenny.
Lucky in a big man's world.
Everyone's a big man if you're a little man, sir. No disrespect. Suddenly you notice Jax is being very polite to you.
Kenny's a big softy, don't worry about him.
Anyway, thing is, we've had a few different champions. We had this one fella, right? He was nearly as big as your friend here. And he points to you, Slab. He said, but he was all green. Anyway, this fella called
Green?
Gaius. Yeah, he was a big fella, all green. This fella called Gaius fucking slapped him about a bit, apparently. Next thing you know, there's a girl comes and she becomes champion. She for years, she come back. She used to be a dancer, acrobat. She come back suddenly, she could fight. Anyway, she's disappeared. We don't know where she is. So old Wiley, who runs a carnival, has been looking for new people to fight in the arena. You're making a bit of a spectacle of it, rather than just doing the reigning champion fight. Just getting people to come fight. And you, he points at you, Slab, says, you look like you might be, built for that sort of thing.
You fight with guns?
No, it's all, melee, mate, brawling, knives and swords and axes.
That's not my forte, mate.
Yeah, guns are for don't show enough blood for the audience, do they?
Exactly, it's all about the showmanship. It's not about who wins and loses. It's about the show.
I've got some flat lead rounds I could use. They make a good mess of a bit of flesh.
No, I mean, there's some trick shooting. There's a couple of shows that are trick shot people. There's a guy that comes round every now and then, don't know his name, but every now and then he turns up, and when he does, old Wiley always puts him on, and he does all this weird shooting where he ricochets off tin cans and bottles and things like that, but I ain't seen him for months. Can't remember his name. Something like, what was his name? Fucking hell. Can't remember. Middleian? I can't remember now. No, it's gone.
Maybe you'll see him
Anyway.
again one day.
Maybe, one day, maybe. He's up somewhere. But anyway, big fella, you up for that? You want to get in?
So, you think, just 'cause I'm big and muscular, that I like hurting people?
Well, no. I think that you would like to, or you at least know how to fight.
Right, I do.
I was going to say, you're covered in blood for a start, mate, and you've got that big fucking chopper.
Well, thank you.
And you've got a really good weapon as well.
And Silas starts laughing at this when looks at Slab and says, I bet the ladies love your gun, boy. Never got to pull the trigger, Slab.
Spring's gonna roll her eyes.
When we fighting then?
Well, like I say, we're trying to get the new system of the arena up and running tomorrow night. The carnival's open tonight, but it's not going to be an arena because, Seraf's disappeared. Nobody knows where she's gone.
Yeah, okay. I've got to get doctors to patch me up first.
Yeah, you look a bit bleedy. You've got is that a gunshot there?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what it was. Big B stung me. And I don't want my competitor to have a unfair advantage.
No, you wouldn't. That would be yeah. You pop back tomorrow night, all right? You come find me or Strang or Wiley. You don't know Wiley though, do you? So you come find me or you come find Strang and we'll get you in the arena.
Okay.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Thank you, partner. You gotta tip
Most welcome.
him a phone. Both of them
Okay.
will take 2 friends off my inventory.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. Tucks it in his shirt pocket. He says, please stop by the gift shop.
What
And he
do they
points.
sell in the gift shop? What sort of gifts?
Well, mostly gifts.
Don't nick anything, though.
No, don't nick anything. You don't want to nick anything, or you'll have me and Strang to tangle with, and the boys.
I got a need none unless it's interesting. Sure, I don't steal if people know.
So when he says the gift shop, he points to. Can you all see the map, by the way?
No, I can see blackness.
Ah, you don't have vision enabled.
Oh.
How dare I?
Don't despair, Dave!
How milky.
Where the fuck is... Oh, why is Gladstock there? Gladstock shouldn't be there, and neither should Ferens.
I can see something now.
Spring. There we go. And Silas, you're not on. Okay, so he points to this shop, and it's not far away. And it says, painted very crudely on the wall above the door, it says, Carnival of Catastrophe Gift Shop, and both the words gift and shop are spelt wrong.
Awesome. Not the word of.
Nope. No, Carnival of Catastrophe is actually on a different sign, quite a properly made sign, but gift shop is just painted on the wall. You should now all be able to see.
I can see the immediate area. I've got no vision assigned to my character.
All right, okay. What's going on there then?
So wherever I move, nothing updates.
Fucking nice. Because this is another artifact of when they changed the dynamic lighting. Let me put daylight mode on. You should be able to see the whole map on this place.
Yeah.
How's that? Right, I'm just going to go for a wee. Back in a minute.
Fading.
Okay, what are we up to?
Can you give me some vision?
I thought I had. Hang on a sec. Where
Keep
are
moving
you?
up.
It's not
Moving
on
up.
the map, I don't think.
Oh, that'd be why.
It's not on the map.
It's very odd. Yet there's 2 springs on the map.
Pair of springs. Twice the bounce.
Just a second. Where the fuck's Silas gone? Your character sheet, your character token completely disappeared out of my game. That's odd. How about now?
Oh, it's just come on.
I don't know what's happened there. That's really weird. Okay, so there you go. So here Jackson Strang are loitering around. The carnival, like it ramping up to open. There's a few people milling about that you can see. It's over to you guys. You can do whatever you want, and when you're finished with carnival, we'll move on.
All right, let's go and have a look around. Mind if I have a look around, folks?
Do whatever you want for me. Siegfried, in a rare act of responsibility, is going to follow you around, Silas.
Okay.
But he doesn't interfere with you. He's just there to keep an eye.
Where's Jan?
Where's Jan?
No, that's not Jan. That's Upalix. He's existed longer than Jan has. I'll tell you that much.
Face.
Okay, so you're not in any sort of order. So what's everyone doing?
Let's have a look round.
I'll go to the gift shop, I think.
Okay. As you push your way in, there are numerous things on various shelves here. There are miniature versions of the Big Top in snow globes, which you are familiar with because Spring has stolen one from here before. There are also lots and lots of bottles of various drinks, and there are also lots of small vials of assorted chems. And behind the counter is this very skinny, tall, lanky man in overalls who sees you and says, "Hang on a minute. Right there, Spring! Not seen you in a while. How's it going?"
All right, Chopper. Yeah, it's going all right.
Mr. Bed.
I'm still all right. Yeah, still got both my arms, both my legs, near enough, and I'm gonna put my hand to my injured leg.
Well, you're taking a little bit of a shot there, have you, Spring? You're a bit wounded, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, job's a dangerous job, right? Yeah. These things happen.
All jobs are dangerous when they're dangerous. You know what to say.
That's
No, love you all.
That's certainly true. Yeah, Chopper, you got anything for sale?
Yeah, always got something we can. Always got something we can sell, can't we? And from the corner of the shop, you hear "sell," and there's this demonic-looking little man who's about 2.5 feet tall, perched on a barrel. One of his eyes is bigger than the others, and one of his hands is gigantic compared to the rest of him. And he waves at you with his little hand, and then goes "sell."
All right, big man.
Sell. Yeah, you're right, Sal. You're right. You're right.
I'll give Sal a smile and a wink.
And Chopper says, "Yeah, you always got something to likes of you and Kenny's friends. What sort of thing you interested in? Oh, sorry. What sort of thing you interested in then?"
I don't know. Something recreational.
Recreational? We can do recreational. He looks at you for a moment. It's gone a bit all over the place, and the accent's a bit hard to place sometimes.
African, no.
South African. That's equally terrible.
Braver man than me, Steve.
I don't give a shit. I like being really bad at doing accents. It's part of the charm. He says, "You don't strike me as the usual sort of shit." Where is it? There we go. You don't strike me as the usual sort of like obscura addict, Spring. I think this is more up your street. And he puts this little wooden box in front of you and opens it, and it's full of this yellow dust.
Well, how much?
For the whole box?
Oh, I don't know. What is it?
This is glyph.
Glyph? You're trying to pull my leg. Let's pull over an old Spring. Have a bit of glyph.
He says, no, you know the fucking score, Spring. You can, here, look. And he takes a tiny file out of his belt, scoops a little bit of powder, and goes, holds it up towards your face.
Can I laugh in the background?
If you're there? Are you there? You are there, yeah.
I'll try the glyph.
Okay, you give it a good add, and it's potent. And for a moment, you feel like everything begins to speed up. And I'd like you to make a toughness test, please. At I think it's plus 20 off the top of my head.
Passed.
Okay. And you get there's like this adrenaline rush, and you feel a little lightheaded, and suddenly all the colours and lights and sounds seem to be not amplified but attuned. And you see something catches your eye, and you look out the window of the shop, and you realise you are looking at what looks like a tiny beetle, no more than 10 mil long, about 15-20 metres away on one of the fences around the outposts, the animal pens, and it's walking along on the fence. And you spotted it from over here, and you're fixated on this for a moment. You're just like, oh.
How much is a vial then, Chopper?
Vial where? I mean, I've only got the boxes.
How much for the box then?
For you, Spring, as a friend of Kenny's, I can do it for, let's say, 50 thrones a box.
I'll pat myself down and say, oh no, it's a bit too rich for my blood. Let's have a look, see what else I've got, if I can sell. Let's see if I've got anything I can trade.
Yeah, have any decent pistols in Baz? Stitching me up.
Pistols? Oh, weapons. Careful, so weapons. Give me an inquiry roll, please, Silas.
Don't think I even upped inquiry. It's all about the recon. What about searching?
Nope. It's got to be inquiry.
Okay. Let's go for 22 and under. You can do it, Silas.
Says, I tend to stay out of selling weapons. It's dangerous business. Gets the wrong enemies. But if you're a friend of Kenny's, is he a friend of Kenny's there, Spring?
No, not really. He's we just met him. I'm sure Kenny will like him a lot when he meets him. I'm sure. No, they've not met yet.
Oh, so he's going to be one of your crew, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I tell you what, my new friend. If you, I've gone South African again. All my accent eventually becomes South African.
Okay.
If you get the nod from Kenny, I can point you in a direction of a man who could sell you some firearms. But I do have some ammunition.
Oh yeah, what you got there?
Well, first of all, what sort of firearms do you need? Looking for something revolvery, stubby, auto pistol-y, las weapons. I could do that.
I got like an auto pistol type job here. I'll just get my sheet on.
Can I see that in a moment?
Yeah, but
You reach
tell him,
out.
Mac, and an awful like Mark. Opposite.
All right, yeah. Can I just see one round?
Yeah, sure, friend.
Okay, he takes one
Well, I
round.
won't pass them two though. Keep one on me.
You what? Sorry.
I won't pass them two. I've always keep one on me.
Yep. So you give him the
And
pistol.
fit-
He pops the clip out, and all he does, he pops the clip out. He slides one of the rounds out. He turns it over in his hand a few times, and yeah. It feels like it's. And he reaches into a box, and he pulls out this box that has a few very thin plasteel boxes inside. He says, "I got these," and he puts. Let me just check something. Where are we? He says, "I got these," and he puts 3 boxes of standard pistol ammunition in front of you, and he says, "And I got this," and he puts another box, which is you recognise it as being flatter head rounds, man stoppers.
Okay. How much for it all?
Okay.
I'm just going to take my hat off, step backwards, look into my hat and say, "That right, family? How much for it all? I'll get the best deal for you all." Hat back on.
Okay.
Not been talking to anybody.
Just need to do a quick calculation. Oops. No, that's not right. 15. 16. Okay, so he says for those, and he points to the 3 boxes of standard ammunition. He says 10 thrones for the 3 boxes.
That sounds fair. I'll pass you that right now and take it off my inventory.
Okay, so you can add 10. Sorry, not 10. You can add 60. That's not right either. You can add 90 auto pistol rounds, and then and for the other ones, it's. He says, "But these boys, these are difficult to come by." And he's got the box of man stoppers. He says, "I can't let these go."
What happened to your accent,
I don't
mate?
know. He's turning to Tommy Lee. He says, "You're making it bold again." He says, "I can't. You're making it bold again. I can't let these go for less than 280 thrones, and they might seem a little high, but I hold the money for other people." You're making it bold again.
You say 200 and 200
280, yeah. 280 thrones for all 20 rounds.
Oh, that seems a bit steep there.
It is ridiculously expensive for man stoppers.
Oh, that's for 20, you say?
Yeah, all 20 in the box.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to have to leave here with my ass intact. I'll pay for the odd pistol rounds, but I don't fancy getting raped over the price of that.
Well, you know where it is if you change your mind.
No,
give me an intelligence. Give me a general intelligence test, please, Silas.
Give me a second to look at my skill stuff. I might have stuff here. I could trade Technomat. Could I use that into my...
Nah, that's about fixing stuff and things like that.
Fixing. Okay.
The sort of thing you'd need here is barter and stuff like that. Barter and evaluate are what you would need here.
Okay. I need to get those. I've got Blather.
That's about talking bollocks, basically. Blather is talking bollocks.
And bollocks, well, it needs like 50% of the price off.
I mean, you could, but it wouldn't make him move. You know, it needs to be a specific sort of bartering skill.
Intelligence, yeah.
Yep.
Right. Reroll that.
Yeah. I mean, you okay?
Ah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
you're You're fairly convinced that he's asking too much for the man-stopper rounds, but you don't really know enough about weapons and ammunition to be able to, convincingly make an argument against it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. What do you say your name is?
Baz? Chopper Baz?
Oh, Chopper, have a look out.
Papa Spares. That's you.
Chopper, have a look. Have you seen this fella outside? Sel, check this fella out. I'm gonna point their attention towards Slab.
Okay.
Outside.
Chopper comes out and goes. Chopper turns up and goes. He looks out the window and says, "Fucking hell! I ain't seen one of them in a long time." And he pushes the door open, and he comes walking towards you, Slab. And this guy is like, he's about 6'2", but he probably weighs about 9 stone. Like, he's painfully fucking thin. And he wears these oversized dungarees. His hair's a bit greasy. His beard's like, it looks like he's tried to grow a beard for 30 years and got nowhere. He's just got patches of hair all over the place, yeah. And he looks about in his 40s as well. And he comes up and make a sleight of hand check, please, Alan. And he comes up to you and says, "Oh, I ain't seen one of you for a long time." And he reaches up a hand towards you and says, "The name's Bears. How you doing?"
I'll grab him by the forearm and vigorously shake him about.
Give me a strength.
I'm Slab.
Strength, you say?
Yep. You can add a big top snow globe to your inventory, Spring. That's 2, I think. Do you remember when they were multiplying?
I do remember that. That was a bit weird. No, I think I gave the other one back. I think because Canny.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Canny used that to put a hold on her.
Yeah.
So
you grab hold of this guy's hand, Slab, and you pump his arm, and proper give him a good shake. And you think you're going to shake him off the feet, but he kind of holds his balance.
I'm not grabbing his hand. I'm grabbing him round the fucking forearm.
All right, okay, yeah. You proper give him a good shake, and it's only his height that stops you lifting him off the ground. And he's getting a bit sort of ragged about. He's like, "Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen one of your kind. Sel, look what we got!" And this little fucking creature comes scuttling out the shop, Slab, and he's about 2'8". He's humanoid. He looks like a child at first, and then you realise he's not. Slab's not a complete idiot. Slab's aware of certain things, and he's aware of what mutants are. And Sel is quite obviously a mutant. He's got one eye that's a bit too big, one hand that's far too big. In fact, it's almost as big as one of your hands. And he comes scuttling out a little bit lopsided, and he looks at you with wide eyes and goes, "Sel!" And he runs over to you, and he just starts hugging your leg.
I'll
Point at him.
Not
Using that voice.
I'll point at him and say,
Mutant!
He says, yeah, but he's a good one, some of them... Fucking hell. Yeah, but he's a good one. Some of them are friendly mutants,
Get it off me.
Sel, leave him alone. Leave the big fella be. And he begins to prise Sel back. Sel's like getting a bit upset, going, Sel! It's like, sorry, he used to have a friend, one of your kind. He ain't seen one for a long time.
I'll squat down to him and extend a finger.
He takes your finger in his massive oversized hand, and it actually looks like the roles are reversed here. It's too big for your finger.
And I shall shake his massively oversized hand.
He shakes it, and he smiles. Sel smiles. Shaky finger, and you see there's a little tear in the corner of his eye as well.
From the pain of gripping the hands of an ogre.
And he turns to Baz and says, Sel! And Spring, you understand what he says. Spring instinctively understands, and Baz also understands. He says, "Is this him? Is this the chosen one? Has he returned to us?" Now Alan's playing as Spring for a moment. He gets to understand what Spring goes to all the time. And Baz goes, No, I don't think so, Sal. I mean, he might be, you know. You never know, really, do you?
Could be.
I'll make an awareness test around.
Strange things have happened.
While they're all concentrating. See if there's anything.
Can you do what? Sorry.
If there's anything I can half inch from Baz's shop while I'm waiting.
I mean, basically, what there is in Vaz's shop is there are multiple vials of.
No. I know exactly what I want. He's
outside the shop.
Slab. Where did he leave the ammo on the table?
He's outside the shop.
I'm going to take a handful of 5 of his slug rounds. Distracted.
Oh, the man stoppers.
Man stoppers, yeah.
Okay, give me a slight hand check with a plus 30.
I'm going to hide them in my bum crack.
The old prison wallet.
Mind you, I've got 10 man stoppers on me anyway. I mean, I'll probably just think they're his.
Can never ever have too many man stoppers.
Alright.
Unless you're in Alan's game, where they're fucking rare as rocking horse shit. Fuck you, Alan. I'm running around with my 1d10 plus 2 auto pistol after fucking 45 sessions. Fuck you, Alan. I am having a really good time in your game, I'll be honest. I'm not actually bothered about that. I just think it's really funny that in my game I'm always like, here's a weapon, here's a piece of tech, and you're like, no, everything you take is cursed.
Dave,
I mean, it is like that.
Run 1 for my thieves roll. How many do I get?
You said you were going to get 5, so in that hand, 10. So you can add 10 man stoppers to your inventory, and you are absolutely confident that no one will ever know it was you. And there will never be any comeback on that.
Or 1.
Yeah, honestly, Alan, I know I always say, like, I'm fucking shit in combat, and I never get a weapon, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, so
I like being shit in a fight.
So you're not happy when you're overpowered in a fight. So
exactly.
Makes you uncomfortable.
Dave, in Alan's game, we made our first characters, and my guy is not a fighter, is he? He's the face. And then we made the secondary character, and I made this fucking badass assassin. Alan gave me like an ultra powerful katana with accurate on it, so I had the potential of doing like 3d10 damage with it, and I was butchering people on it, and I was like, I'm not having fun. I don't like this.
So instead, you made a mad old demonologist with wooden teeth.
Oh, he's fucking so
now
much
you're
fun
back
to play,
now you're back in your happy place. So.
Anyone can kill stuff. You know, it's more fun to be weird.
Everyone's got their own happy place, I think.
Yeah, and that's mine. I just like being weird. I like being ineffective. Okay, so yeah, you've grabbed these man stoppers. What's everyone up to right now? Baz is still out here with Cell, marveling at the size of Slab. Siegfried's here making James Bond-esque quips.
That's very witty, Siegfried.
Silence laying down.
Do you remember when Johnny went through a phase where he was doing the Sean Connery accent for Siegfried? That was brilliant. I wish he'd carried on doing that, but he stopped doing it. Okay, what are you up to? So you bought some stuff.
I've not bought anything. I've just stolen some stuff. I'll say to Silas, I'll say, why don't we show you the base, our home? That's where we're meant to. That's what we're meant to do, right? We're meant to take him back to the man.
Yeah, you're supposed to show him. Yeah. Your mission was to take him back and tell Les to sort his vehicle out.
Okay. Yeah, let's head back. We'll show you the ropes. Unless you want to see more of the carny. There's all sorts of sights and sounds to be seen around here.
No, I'll come back to the mansion. I'd like to get my vehicle started away and great, be back on the road, back in the waste again.
Yeah, new lick of paint on it, maybe.
It'll not blast out there. 100 mph winds. It's right the surface of this planet. That's why I got that weird suit in my truck. Wind suit.
Oh yeah, yeah, I noticed it.
It's not great for armor, but it's great to stop all of the stones flying out there. 700 mph.
Yeah, I'll give it a pass, I think.
So yeah, none of you have actually ever been out on the surface of Desolum for longer than a few minutes. But you have probably heard stories about how these dust storms can whip up and how the surface of Desolum is covered in this very fine, glassy sand that is said to be able to be whipped up like in these
Shot from a shotgun.
Yeah, if you've probably all heard stories that when you're out on the surface for long enough, be caught in these sandstorms can strip a man's flesh to them in seconds.
Can I just do one more thing up here? I'm just going to have a little wander up.
Yeah.
Who's this? That yarn person?
It's Upalix is his name. This man is stood here and he's wearing an assortment of crude leathers and hides. Some of them look like they might be scaly hides from lizards. Some are more furry. And he's standing watching these beasts in this pen.
Train these beasts.
And he's hang on a sec. Let me just tell you what he's doing. And he's standing there. He's got this staff in one hand, banging it on the floor, and he's just going. Ugh, ugh, ugh. And every 3 grunts, he throws a handful of something into the pen. And these animals, which are like a bit like very large pigs, but they don't have like hoovy piggy feet. They have more like human hands as feet, and they run around and they eat whatever it is he's throwing, and then he stamps his staff 3 more times and goes ugh, ugh, ugh. And then he chucks another handful, and these 4 animals run over, and you approach him.
What pray tells man of creature and pigs?
Torgut.
Torgut.
Torgut. Make good breakfast meat.
Do you have any Torgut meat for purchase?
No, Torgut is sold mostly sausage.
Selling any sausage?
No butcher, just keep.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna walk past and mutter to myself, how come everybody grunts around in the 41st millennium? Third person today, people just grunting.
Make a site-based awareness check, please.
Okay. These passes I don't think I'll ever do because I have to upgrade it.
Okay, you can carry on. Do whatever you're going to do.
That was true. I'm going to look at this this woman in the cage here.
Okay, so as you know, yes, she is, but she's there's no other animals in the cage. There's just her, and she's she's very big. She's like she's not as tall as Slab, but she is well over 2 meters. But it's the girth on this woman that is impressive. She is massive, and she is mucking out this animal pen. She's scooping up barrels, forkloads of shitty straw and chucking it into a wheelbarrow. And then she turns and looks at you and makes eye contact with you for a moment.
So you look like a strong woman.
Make a willpower test, Hayden.
That's
had to go do it. No, he hasn't told us.
Silas doesn't know. Silas doesn't know you don't talk to Fat Fanny.
No one's told him, so I can't help but purposely come to Fat Fanny because they don't talk to Fat Fanny. Okay, I already want to talk to Fat Fanny now.
One way to make Hayden do something is tell him not to do that thing. That you can't do that thing. It's forbidden.
As you stare at this woman, she is obscenely fat. As you stare at her body shape begins to change, and her face begins to change, and her hair begins to change, and her clothing begins to change, and she slowly becomes everything that Silas wants in a woman. She becomes his perfect mate.
She
And
looks
this
like
all
a girl.
happens. No, she's a female. She's a woman. But this all happens over the space of like 20, 30 seconds. She becomes the epitome of what he finds attractive in a woman. And he finds himself drawn to her. And there are whispers in his mind, almost like worms burrowing into his mind, telling her, yes, you want this woman. Yes, you can have this woman. She wants you too. And she takes a step towards you, and she reaches out over the handrail towards you, and you raise your hand to meet hers. And for a moment, for the briefest moment, you think you've found the love of your life. And then there is a
My campaign's
noise.
over.
Sorry?
Campaign's over. Happy days.
No.
It's in my little life. I'm going to settle down with Fat Fanny the Changeling.
There is a sound, and it sounds like this. And all of a sudden, Fat Fanny unfolds back to her normal size and bulk. Her eyes are wide, and she falls over and collapses, unconscious. And Siegfried is stood next to you going, we don't talk to Fat Fanny. And he holsters his hypno pistol, and he takes you by the hand and leads you away.
I'm just going to walk off like a little boy, being drawn off, mouth wide open and gaping.
Siegfried's on bodyguard duty again.
Yeah.
50, I think that's 58 sessions since Canny uttered the phrase, we don't talk to Fat Fanny, and no one has ever questioned it, and no one has ever asked why. And now we know. In fact, I think that was in your brief for Canny, wasn't it? Where you put something about we don't talk to Fat Fanny.
I don't know. No, I don't think so. It's not in my brief. It's just something that I don't know. It's just some random shit I pulled out my arse. It's like I was just kind of whenever I went to the carnival, I said, "Oh, these are the rules. Whatever you do," and I can't remember what the other rules were, but.
Oh yeah, you were making them up as you went, and I'm like, oh god, I've got to react to this.
Yeah, it's just one of them things.
She's terrifying, Dave.
Siegfried leads you away, and he says, I've never really understood what it's all about, but we don't talk to Fat Fanny, and now I've seen you talking to her, and don't. It's dangerous down here.
Yeah, pigs.
Whoever built these animal pens needs shooting.
They're not really animal pens. They're more like ruined buildings that have had their footings reinforced. The whole place around here gives the impression that it was once something else and it's been repurposed. Anything else to do?
No, I'm good. I'm just going to stay quiet and in shock for the rest of my journey now because I think Silas is like probably been. He doesn't want to get too close to anybody because at the moment he doesn't trust you all either. Like he wants to stay out of range of Slab. He wants to pull his arms off. He's a bit wary of everybody at the moment.
I'm going to say Silas. I'm going to say, welcome to the team.
So colourful group we got here, eh?
Yeah,
my hands on the pistol, fidgeting on my pistol constantly.
I'll say, your life will never be the same again. What remains of it?
Oh, this lady sells bionics, does she? No, nothing.
Yeah, I think there's nothing else I'd like to do this spring, I don't think.
Okay. Okay, so you continue west past all these shop stalls that are starting to put out assortments of meat and drinks. They don't all particularly smell particularly wholesome. You go past this large big top, and there's a group of these rather well-built, muscly types, Silas and Slab, that you see, and they're obviously heavies of some kind, and they're all wielding these very fancy las guns. Seem a little bit high-tech for down here in the Underhive. And then you head... You what, sorry?
You've dragged one with us.
I know, I always do that.
Hey,
you,
Alan, ask me how I am. The only thing I want to say to you is, don't talk to Fat Fanny. I want to say.
You head past this building that's north of your position now as well. And Siegfried and Spring both noticed that once upon a time this building was notorious. Painted on its side in red paint, it said Hampton's House of Horrors. Right now, it doesn't say anything. Someone has whitewashed the whole wall. And then you're off further into the west of this carnival, and you find yourself back in this small shanty town that's deep underground. Just a few hundred meters west of the carnival, and you're back. Why would it do this to me? Why does it fucking keep doing this to me?
Is there some wanker in an oversized fluffy hat singing about going deeper underground?
Not at the minute, no. But that's a character for later.
Because I will have to shoot him.
And you end up...
Jamiroquai.
Fucking Jamiroquai.
No, I can't put down the end of his name, but yeah, Jamiroquai.
No, not a fan at all.
We're going to go, listen, put yourself deeper underground.
So eventually, Spring and Siegfried lead you both back to here. Dirty Ken's not there at the minute.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, okay, I was about to say, oh, fucking hell.
There's no one really around here at the moment. And you see, those of you that are fairly new to this, you notice as well, there is some vegetable growth around here. There's plants growing here and there around the area, and there's a smell of cooking coming from somewhere. And make an awareness check, please. All of you. It's not sight-based. Okay, Spring. You can smell something you've not smelt before. You've been here a number of times, but you can smell something right now that you're not familiar with in this region, and it smells like some sort of roasting meat.
Okay. Didn't realise there was any food stalls down here.
Okay, let's just okay. So, what are you up to?
I'm going to try to get as clean as possible. Pick the cleanest routes of them, and I've got no idea where I'm going. Keep the waste, Spring. No idea where I'm going.
Was all this rubble here the last time I was here, Dave?
Yeah, that's always been there. It's just it's blocks. It looks like it's rubble that's fallen from the ceiling, which is about 50 meters. It's quite a cavernous space around here.
Dynamic lighting's fucked for me. It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. It's working for other people. So
there you go.
Okay, cool. So where's the home sweet home? Is it this building?
Yes.
I'm really got my dynamic lighting's a bit weird.
I'll let myself in.
Dynamic lighting.
Okay, so I think it's every time they do some sort of update to Roll20, it fucks everything up.
Sounds about right.
This is our house.
Yep.
Oh, nice little dig to get down here. It could do with a clean though.
It is a bit dusty. It's very barren, and it doesn't look very lived in.
This is where you keep your base then.
Yeah, it's a bit of a. Well, I don't know how to describe it. You'll see. I mean, some things better off to just see rather than try and explain. Yeah, it's not what it looks like.
All right then, lead the way.
Can't remember where it is, Dave. So I'll just.
It's this door here. Siegfried grabs hold of Silas. As you all one by one pass through the door, there is this shift, this movement sideways, and reality blurs. Everything becomes a little confusing for a moment, and goes black. And then the next thing you know, you were on the hockey team. Nope, that's
I'll be right back. I'm just
quote from
get a
something
drink.
else. Yep, no worries.
You're not doing a top-down view of your token there, Hayden?
I've got one. I've got one. I just haven't put it in yet.
I don't mind the one on the back actually. I quite like it because otherwise it's just a bloody cowboy hat and a pair of shoulders.
I've put Hayden's token in multiple times and it's just fucking deleted it.
I'm quite happy with this one, to be honest, Dave. It's nice to actually see my character.
But
So
it looks
small,
fucking-
like.
Looks like you're laying down.
He always needs a little lay down. He's only got little legs. He get tired.
Why is it fucking doing this?
Really, you should have like a Master Blaster thing on the back of your back, and I could sit on top with my two pistols. You know, we could be the next Leonardo. I'm actually good with my guns.
Ain't much room on my back. There's a massive gun on it.
So if shit hits the fan, I can just run anyway. I mean, like, I'm really fast. Nothing else, I've just gone for speed, agility, and ballistic skill. Nothing else is like proper weak. I made myself like that on purpose. I wanted to be kind of techie. Sort of a mid-range character, really, with everything.
Pretty much the exact opposite of me.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've got a really big, strong guy in one of my other games, so I really like playing a Berserker. It suits me well. And an Orc would suit me even better. But I quite like... I've had a bit of everything. I did a French nun as well at one point in time. That's fun. With a French accent, female. You gotta give whatever a go, don't you? Yeah, this guy, I don't want to be too on the fighting stuff, so I got like a few tech skills, some barter, some blather, all stuff, you know, some fixing skills, but you know, in a different way. The reclamation and search, because we've never really got anybody with a decent search role in our party, so I've gone for that as well. Yeah, just covering some places where you go. Yeah, it's got little man syndrome. like my fiery sister. She's got little woman syndrome.
Well, there's definitely nothing little about Slab.
You probably have to quite go one out.
It's just over 10 foot tall.
Oh. Yeah, you're exactly twice as tall as me then. I've made my guy 5'2". What is pleased to someone like more than myself, to be fair.
Okay, so you're in the mansion, back in the mansion, or in the mansion. Siegfried turns to you, Silas, and says,
You say?
Cut out there a second.
sorry, are you wounded?
Let me just consult my personal stats. No, I seem to dodge bullets.
Okay. And Siegfried says, he points to the western corridor and says, down there, first door on the first door on the left, infirmary. And then he points to the east door and says, end of the corridor, kitchen, if you need food. That's all I was told to show you. So, and Les is down in the basement. Goodbye. And Siegfried just fucks off.
Should just go. There, bye. Just left me there.
Which leaves the three of you in the foyer. At this point in time, we're sort of getting on towards early evening. Vernetta is here in the mansion somewhere as well, Al. So if you want to step into Vernetta's shoes at any point, you can.
Okay.
Just tell me, and you can just meander through. We can rig it so you just happen to turn up whenever you want. But for now, you're all stood here. What would you like to do?
Oh, well, I don't suppose you got a workshop I could access. Say you got an armory down here? Like to talk to you
yeah. I mean, you keep talking about getting weapons. I mean, maybe come and have a look. You need to meet Les anyway, so yeah, maybe you can find you a gun in there.
Oh, well, that'll be a pleasure, Missy. And thank you, and I guess I'll see you later.
Oh, I'll show you the way. It's all right. And yeah, I think there's a workshop around anyway. A couple of workshops.
There is.
I'll introduce you to Vernetta.
Well, that sounds fine and dandy. This Vernetta. She's a tech type girl.
Oh yeah, very much so.
I'll be able to run up for some information. In the nicest possible way, of course. Metal City.
We'll go see Les first, then, and then we'll see Vernetta next. Coming along, Slab.
Stringer.
Doctor. All right, do you know the way, Slab, or shall I show you? Oh, that reminds me, Dave. I want to take the fishy thing out the van when I leave.
Yeah, you can add Slab's nightlight to Spring's inventory.
Have you written 90 auto rounds at the top of my list, Dave?
I haven't touched your character sheet tonight. If you've got any ammo on there, it's what you already had.
Yeah, I've got 180 now.
You'll soon burn through it on full auto.
Slab, big man, do you know the way to the doctors, or do you want me to show you?
I can't remember.
I'll take you. Follow me.
I might as well walk with you if big man's here.
All right, so you
Penchy first, I guess.
You head down this corridor to the west, and there is this open door that leads into the infirmary.
Should we be on that map?
You should be on this map I'm about to put you on.
All right. I'm just checking if you changed it or not, because I was still on the other one.
There you go. And as you're shit, hang on just a second, I've done something weird. As you're walking in, just before you turn the door into the infirmary, you hear this sound, and it sounds like this. Oh yeah, fucking Jesus! And then you walk around the corner, and there is this guy, not a very big guy, about 5'8", quite slim build, mousy hair, and he's sort of just stood, leaning a little bit awkwardly back, staring up at the ceiling. Goes, "Fucking that is the fucking sport, something fucking." Look at the little unicorn. God, he's got a big penis for such a little. All right, and then he turns around and clocks. He says, no, every time's a good time, you know what I mean? Spring, what can I do you? Fucking, hello. What's this, little and large? Come on in. Can I get you something?
Yeah, I'll have what you're having.
He said, okay. Come on, line up. And he puts some very lightly blue crystals on the desk in front of him and starts smashing up with like a little pestle he's got from somewhere. And then he hands you a straw and says, Go for it, Gil.
Yeah, big man here needs your attention.
Okay.
And Spring will get stuff sorted out, I guess.
He walks up to you, Slab. He says, let's have a look at you. And then he misses you by a good 1.5 feet and walks straight past you. And then realizes he's missed. And then he sort of tries to recalibrate himself. Walks past you the other side. He says, hang on. I know what I'm doing. I'm a qualified doctor. Professional. And he starts to feel around. And eventually he grabs hold of your belt and goes, there you are. You're the new fella, yeah? Slab, ain't it? Yeah? And he points to one of the beds. He says, you came in yesterday and you fucked one of my beds. But don't worry, look at that one. Look at that one there. And one of the beds looks like it's been reinforced by what looks like bone. It looks like it's much thicker and sturdier than the other beds. He says, you take a seat there and we'll have a look at you. Yeah. How are you finding it, Spring?
Oh, sorry. I missed that, Dave. So what was that?
He says, how are you finding it?
Okay, I've got to go. Yeah, this trick. I hit the spot.
I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah. I mean, don't need to get bogged down in details, do we?
Nope. Everything's gone a little purple. And some things look bigger than they should. Slab looks smaller than he usually does. And Dr. Pench comes over to you, Slab, has a look at you. How many wounds are you on out of how many wounds you...
Good question. I am on 18 of 30.
18 of 30. So
Hello?
Hello. We lost you there, Hayden. What happened? Oh, now he's just being ignorant. Oh, okay. Hi, Hayden. Hayden, we heard you, but we don't think you hear us.
I didn't hear him. I don't hear Hayden.
I heard him say hello, and then I didn't hear anything. So, Dave, you're on... What's your toughness bonus?
4 currently.
Are you on natural toughness?
I have unnatural toughness 2.
+2, isn't it? So your toughness bonus is technically 6.
Yes.
So that means your lightly wounded state
I am
is
always
12.
lightly wounded.
You're always lightly wounded. That's helpful.
Because I am
That's the kind of shit I need to know when I'm healing. So Dr. Pench looks at you and he sees he's got this blue powder around one nostril, but he's like peering at you with only one eye.
How big do I look to him?
Oh, hang on, that's a good point. Which way did he go for his vision? You think he keeps looking even higher up than what you really are. And he goes, don't worry, big fella, we got you. And he reaches to a little bag by his side, and he pulls out a syringe, jabs it in your arm, and you start to feel a little floaty and light. And he begins to pull bullets out of you, sew your wounds shut. Despite the fact that he's quite clearly off his fucking tits, he's very skilled with his hands, and he's obviously very good at what he's doing.
It was only one bullet, just for reference. It was a fucking high-powered rifle that shot me.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what he pulls out of you then. And he managed to get all the fragments out as well. That's 2 degrees. So he heals you for 7 plus degrees of success. So that's 9 total he heals you for.
Cool.
Which doesn't put you to full, does it? Or does it?
Not quite.
Oh, well done.
Not quite. But that's first aid. You can also have extended treatment, which is over a long period of time. So every time you get wounded, this is the first time you've been wounded, so every time you get wounded, you can have first aid, which heals you up to your maximum hit points. But if you don't heal up to your maximum hit points, whatever you're healed to becomes your new wound threshold. And then you can't be healed beyond that immediately. It takes time to heal you back up beyond that. So, but you can't be far off, can you?
Currently on 27 of 30.
Yeah, she's plenty. He turns back to you, Spring, and says, "Who's this little fucker?"
Who's he pointing to?
He's pointing at Silas.
Fuck's sake. My name.
Pench, can I introduce Mr. Silas? He's a new and esteemed member of our team. What is it you do, Silas, exactly? Apart from get pissy?
I scavenge things out in the waste.
You does refurbishment.
I got contacts.
Yeah, he's quite he's got a battered up van, no paint on. He'll be a real asset to the team.
It sounds like it. You ever come across any, medical supplies, any chems, anything, like that? You fucking let me know. Oh, I could pay real good.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes.
You bring them straight to me, mate. I mean, I can fix you up. I can sort you out and keep you alive. Hang on a minute. What's your name?
Silas, good sir.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not from
I
around
remember
these parts.
No, but I remember now. Mr. Gladstock called. He said I had to give you these. He goes in a drawer. Excuse me. And he hands you a packet of 4 tablets.
And what be these 4 tablets for?
Oh, they're anti-rad tabs, protect you against radiation, that sort of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
That's very good of him.
Yeah, it's good.
Glowing in the evening, sir.
The big fella makes a good point. You don't eat them, you put them,
Up your bumhole.
Yeah, that one.
I can help you if you want.
I'm very generous of you, sir, but I like my bum cheeks. Together.
Yeah,
playing around in my
King Kong's finger up there.
Thank you very much.
I don't know why.
It steps back away from Slab.
I don't know why he. Don't know why he wanted me to get them. He said you need
Get
them.
nightmares about this rough skin and dirty knuckles.
And Pence just stands there. His pupils are fucking massive right now, and every now and then he's up. Look to you, Spring.
I'm gonna start looking behind me.
Pence leans into you and goes, "You see them too, then? Yeah."
They're in your hair.
Oh, fucking hell! Dr. Pence runs off into the back, and then you hear a bzzz as an electric razor strikes up.
How big do I look to Spring?
Roll a d10 for me, please, Spring. He looks a good 2 or 3 feet taller than usual.
You shouldn't grow in the middle of the conversation, Slab. It's a bit rude.
No.
Never struck me as a rude kind of guy. You should stay the same size or a bit smaller.
Hey, everybody's off for rocker here.
I'm hungry.
Welcome to the team!
Welcome to the team. It's all good fun.
By the throne. For frack's sake and what the feff.
Did you need any patching up? Did you take any injuries in that firefight, Mr. Cassidy?
Hi. I'd like to... No.
No, I didn't catch that, mate. No.
Must be due to my size or something. People don't seem to...
Yeah. People maybe thought you weren't a
No,
threat.
I did not.
All right, well, let's...
that's usually the case.
Shall we go and see Les then?
I'm pretty damn skinny up there. Oh, yes, please. I'll be mighty fine if you miss. Lead the way.
What? Why don't you come with us, Slab? Or are you getting bored and left on your own? We'll head to see Les next, I think.
Okay. Excuse me while I just accidentally fucking move you on the wrong bit of the map. So you head downstairs. Vernetta's workshop is not far from this area, but this is where you head to, and I get you on the map. Where's the fucking thing gone? What the hell? Why is it being weird?
It's black.
I don't know why it does that every now and then. It's fucking really weird. Okay. So you head downstairs and immediately come to this door that's quite heavily armoured. And there's a little armoured window as well. And through the mesh you can see what looks like a broken down old cogitator terminal.
I'm gonna hammer on the window. There's you in there. Come on, stop fucking about. You're always in there.
After a few moments, there's door opens and
Yeah, have a look at that cogitator terminal. Maybe I can fix it.
Okay. Fat Les appears and he says, "Oh, all right." And the big fella and a new fella. All right, you a reader? He says to you, Silas.
I can read.
Do you want a copy of my book?
Oh well, yeah. That I could do. So, what sort of book is it?
Yeah, mostly fiction, but some elements based on truth.
Well, I'll give it a peruse.
Excellent. And he pulls out of his pocket a data slate, hands it to you. He opens the door as well as he does this and says, You want to come on back? I mean, I'm supposed to not let people back and issue things, but really I can't be fucking bothered. Just help yourself.
All right, then, partner. Do you want me to come take a look at this broken cogitator for you?
Oh, you could have a try. Good luck.
All right. I'm gonna try and fix his broken cogitator with a spare part.
You almost broken Todger then, didn't you?
Broken Todger. He heads into the back room.
A Todgicator. Oh no, I've been Todgicated.
So that's the Todgicator there. Slab, you can put yourself wherever you want to be. Silas, I'd like you to make a tech use test, please, with a +20.
Would it be my technomat skill or tech use?
Tech use.
Tech use +20, you say?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Expert half.
Okay. So you get your tools out and you get some spare parts out and you crouch down in front of this thing and you start thinking, let's have a cable, the valves and the cogs, and hang on a fucking minute. When you go to like MFI and places like that and they have those mock rooms and they have the fake computers and the fake TVs and things like that. That's what this is. This is not a real cogitator. This is a plastic mock-up of a computer. And there's no wonder that it doesn't work. It's not fucking real, Silas.
It's a cogitator.
It looks very real until you start to try and do anything with it.
Oh. Okay. This place just gets weirder and weirder.
I can't believe it's... No, I won't say what I was about to say. So Spring, Slab, Silas, you're in the armory. Do what you want to do. There is a handout for the armory.
I'll go look at it now.
Which is... Where have I put it? Resources. The armory. You should all be able to see it now. Yeah. There's also whatever you've just brought back from the last outing, which I haven't added yet.
I'll say to Les, I think Gladstock wanted you to work on Mr. Cassidy's truck, making it.
Oh, all right.
So we can bring it in and all that.
Yeah. He told me he was bringing someone. So you're Mr. Cassidy.
Oh yeah, I'll be Mr. Cassidy.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. You see, and he pulls something out of his pocket. It's like a cylindrical device with 6 spikes sticking out one end. And he says, "Yeah, Gladstock said he was bringing someone who was going to find us stuff. You met Vernetta yet?"
Oh no, I think we're going to see her next.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, she's always in need of stuff, you know. Like, I've been getting her stuff when I can, but it's fucking difficult because I'm expected to, you know, not be here and not be on the sex offenders list, but also somehow be in the Hive City selling things. I can't do both, you know. It's like Schrodinger's sex offender. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll go and see that truck of yours. Oh, wait a minute, and he grabs another box with a big sort of loop of metal on it. Says, "I'll see you in a bit," and off he fucks.
See you later. Okay.
And he leaves you alone in his armory to do whatever you want.
I've already added 1 photovisor to my thing. If you want to rectify that, I can't change on the armor. I've already added 1 photo.
Yeah, just add it to your inventory, and I can do the rest. Just tell me what you're taking.
Yeah, as a give me my command.
Nobi can have one. Spring?
I was about to say, I'm just going to be looking at... I pick up a pump-action shotgun off of the shelf and just look at it.
Okay.
I'll be... look at its purple.
What's a straight thing?
What, sorry?
What's what?
What's a straight cape?
It's like it's basically like a straight jacket, but you throw it at people.
Yeah.
Oh,
they attach themselves to them. It's quite.
Yeah. You throw it at someone that you want to bring in alive. To you guys.
We don't.
But you throw it at someone, it wraps around them, and it basically, you know, pins them in place, and you can drag them in without killing them. I get it. Why would you want to do that? I understand. Yeah. I mean, why would you want to?
Well, I mean, even if we try, someone is bound to kill the person we're after. But with me last time, I was trying to save a person, then they murder them. Okay.
I'll take a photovisor as well, I guess, Dave.
Okay.
See any guns that take your fancy, Mr. Cassidy? You got a lot to choose
there's
from.
no pistols here. Yeah, I've only used pistols, you see.
Yeah, I know what you
my
mean.
oath.
Yeah, nothing here too special pistol-wise.
No, nothing to take my eye, but I was hoping to maybe find myself what's what I call a fancy red dot sight. I find one of those fancy red dot sights, so if it's going good to make it a little bit better. Nope.
Yeah.
I think that'll do me.
What you need is someone who is skilled in making such things.
That's you.
No, actually, it's
You've
you.
got plenty of lens.
I thought Hayden said his character was good at doing sights. and
Mine's
stuff.
repair.
He can modify stuff. He's good at modifying stuff, but he's not so good at making the modifiers to put onto guns.
Yeah, I'm sort of modify something, repair stuff. I shouldn't know all the information I should about tech.
Cool. How about you, Slab? Do you need anything? Well, Rhea?
These are little toy guns.
Oh yeah, I guess it's all a bit wrong scale for you, isn't it?
So,
Little baby learner guns.
on the way to the last mission where there was a conversation that Spring's aware of, that Alan won't be aware of, where Slab was talking about how he missed his Mia. And it took some poking from Gladstock to get to the bottom of this. But it turned out that Mia was a gun. And it turns out that Slab misses his Mia.
Okay.
Big gun.
Guess that's a Ripper gun, I guess.
I've got my Ripper gun. That's Tiddler.
He does have a Ripper gun that he hasn't used yet, but slung on his shoulder, he does have a Ripper gun. But he kept going on about Mia, how he missed Mia.
Can I take a shotgun, actually, Dave?
Yeah, you can take whatever you want from the armory, mate.
I'm going to modify a shotgun into a pump action pistol as one of my projects.
Cool. You can take a shotgun. Do you want it? Is there any ammo to take for that? There is 96 shotgun rounds.
I won't take all of them. I'll never get used to them. I'm just pasting your writing straight into my character sheet. Was it shotgun rounds?
Yeah, there's 96 in the armory. Take as many as you want. Just tell me how many you're taking.
I'll take 30.
Okay. Cool.
Right, that's me in the army gun. I'm going to turn that into a bloody pistol so I can use it.
Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do in here?
I'm good.
Hang on a sec. No, it's alright.
Okay. Over to you. What do you want to do next?
Vernetta next, I guess. Good
Okay.
like, yeah.
Let me gather you together for a moment. So Vernetta lives over the West End. And Vernetta, at this point, Alan, I'll take Spring off you, unless there's anything you want to say as Spring, specifically.
No, that's fine.
And you are back with Vernetta. And these three reprobates enter your workshop just as you're coming to the end of the day, actually working on your whatever you were fucking working on. What were you working on?
I was repairing Jeeves.
Oh, repairing Jeeves. Yeah, Jeeves is here as well. So there you go. That's perfect. And Ted's turned up as well. And he's come along with the fixings and the mesh for the gloves that you asked him to work on. And these three people enter the room, and Spring leads the way. And she goes, "Oi, V! I brought you your big fella back, and also this little cunt. It's like look, big people, small people, all over the place. Anyway, they're all back.
How was your mission? Have you taken something, Spring?
No,
How was your mission?
no,
Oh, okay.
no. No, it was good. Yeah, thanks. No, I think I'm having a
Okay.
moment. Can I sit down? Am I all right to sit down?
Please, just not on that.
All right.
Over there,
Sorry.
just
Yeah,
over there,
okay.
please, yes.
No,
I'm sorry.
right.
I'm sorry I accused you of taking the spanner.
No!
No, I know it wasn't you. I'm sorry.
It's all right. What spanner? Who's a spanner? You're a spanner.
Yes, I'm a spanner. Okay.
You fucking
Fine.
spanner. Anyway, yeah, this is Cilium Psycho. Wait, I forgot your name.
Sinus.
That's it. Big fella knows it's Silas.
Silas,
He's got a truck. He's got a truck, V, with big
What does he
fucking
want to
guns on it, and it's full of shit that you fucking love. You know, things with little cogs and valves and teeth.
I'll have Silas. I'll extend my hand. Pleasure to meet you.
And I'll shake it. It's a pleasure, man.
Take it you're a new member of our. I take you're a new member of our town. Sorry. Go on. I missed that.
Yes, I'll be a new member of your team. It's fine. Yeah, I'll answer your questions. I'm a new member of your team. I'm here to help in whichever ways I can, and I won't mind getting to work using your workbenches down here while I'm here.
Oh yes. Have you been cleared? Of course. I'm going to look over at. I'm not sure who am I going to look over at. I'm going to look over at Spring. He's been cleared, of course, by Gladstock.
Gladstock's met him, so he said bring him back here, and he said something about showing the ropes, showing where things are, and something about another workshop in the basement.
Yes, the one that's specifically developed for ammunition and the like. Yes, how convenient. Why don't I take you and show you that?
All right. Yeah, take me and show me. Oh, you're talking to him. Sorry.
No, I'm talking to Silas.
Yeah.
Can I have a quick look through your workshop while we're at it? You've got some very nice fine gear here. I'm just scavenging down place.
Yes, but don't move anything.
Of course not. Wouldn't dream of it. I hate people. That was a mess in my workstation. Reminds me of taking tools. Taking tools reminds me. Well, not putting them back in a designated little drawn round tool square.
Yes. A messy workbench is the first sign of corruption, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
I'd agree with that. Mind you, Mr. B. So, if I wanted to go anything making or crafting, and I could modify it and polish it afterwards, but I'm just not versed in the sacred arts, holy arts of the mechanicus in jobs like that.
V, can you hear that?
Hear what? I'm going to listen.
That noise. It sounds like a giant chicken.
I don't hear any chicken.
Are you sure? I mean, it's like really fucking loud.
No.
Anyway, fuck me. Ignore me. I'm going over here. And she goes. Spring just starts like undressing Jeeves.
Spring, I've only just started repairing him. What are you doing undressing him?
I mean, his jacket's all ripped.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, yes, take his jacket. I say we got a new jacket for him en route. Don't you think aren't you happy? Look how good a job I've done on him.
I mean, he looks splendid. He's got a little mouth back and everything, isn't he? Is he going to say that thing? Watch this. Jeeves, can you get me a sandwich? And Jeeves goes, compliance. Stop it, Jeeves. Compliance. He's fucking great. He does it every time. Watch. Jeeves. Can you find me some shoes? Compliance. I don't want any shoes. Compliance. Every fucking time, V. He fucking never fails.
It was a real awkward job to make that Vox grill. I wonder where the last one went.
I've no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't asking. Yeah, it was a rhetorical question. Now, yes. So you need a new pistol or something? Is that what you're saying, Silas? I've got a list of jobs as long as
I was going to go throw down this shotgun and then rebar it a little bit.
What's up?
What's that? Shop, I forgot one.
Dave, what you?
Don't worry about me. Carry on.
I'm not worried about it.
So, would you go and show me to the?
I've got a few workshops. We've got a backup workshop here. You can maybe use. Ted's also been down there. Let me introduce you to Ted. Ted, this is Silas. He's a newest member of our team. Ted's also in Intermission.
I'm a little fella too, but I'm much wider. Yeah, meet you. Ted Clenson's a name.
Oh, well, it'd be a pleasure to meet you too. Let's have an eye-to-eye conversation with a man for change.
I understand your meaning. All these people, so tall. I don't know where they breed them. He points at Slab, says, I don't even think he was bred.
Yeah. No, I don't. I'm not at liberty to say so, Ted. What do you do here?
I don't know, really. I just got here myself. You know, I was out enslaved, making weird shit. And I've just arrived here, and I'm still getting my feet. But I made this, and he holds up this fine mesh in one hand, a couple of sheets of very fine mesh weave, and in the other hand he's got some very thick leather straps. He says, I'm trying to make a pair of gloves.
Can I evaluate the item?
Yeah, I guess, if you want to.
You see its quality?
You say it's for spring, do you?
Yeah, I'll say it's spring. This will be for you when it's finished.
You made me some gloves. Little fellas made me some gloves. Ted, you made me some gloves. Oh, you're my new best friend. And she just starts hugging Ted awkwardly. Yeah, they look like they're really well made. Really, really well made.
Workmanship to the... I'd find.
Thank you. Thanks kindly. But he's just being hugged by Spring so hard. Spring's like, you're my best friend. I fucking love you. You made me some fucking gloves.
Everybody's so normal around here.
You'll get used to it, I think.
I thought people were crazy in the wastelands.
I mean, you don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps.
V.
What? Spring, what? Spring, I'm listening. Spring.
Sorry. Your new mate, your new little friend here, your big friend here, giant friend here. I'll be honest, he seems to be getting taller and smaller all the time. Don't really know what's going on. He's fucking mental, right? I saw him cut a man in half.
Oh, Slab?
Yeah, literally in half.
Don't tell me that the mission turned into a bloodbath.
I don't think there were...
survivors.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Gladstock says. Gladstock said no survivors, and your big friend here, he made sure him and Siegfried, like brothers in arms, you know, one of a kind, two pennies in a bad bunch or something. I don't fucking know, but yeah, them two together. Oh, it was carnage. It was glorious.
Venetta's going to go up to Slab. Venetta's going to go up to Slab. She's going to stand up on her tippy toes. She's going to get like a little bit of fabric and
Hello, little buddy.
just kind of spit on it and kind of wipe some blood off of Slab's face. Look at the mess you've gotten into, Slab.
Mr.
Are you alright? Are you okay?
Mr. Gladstock said no survivors.
Okay.
People.
Okay.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah. He went fucking mental. You know how he used to be. You know when he used to be all like, "Oh, Mr. Gladstock." Yeah, he was like, "Oh, that again." He was fucking mental. He was like, "No survivors," and he started fucking telling everyone to kill everyone, and so everyone started killing everyone. It was fucking amazing.
You're saying he's slipped again, V?
I mean, yeah, maybe a little slip, you know. He was 1 minute he was all cool, you know, like he can be. Oh, and then the next thing you know, he's like,
Do you think it's anything to do with that?
Oh yeah. He got a package, right?
Notification that it was addressed to Mr. Gladstock. Package in the middle of nowhere. Here were Mr. Gladstock. He's been a delivery driver out.
What's the chances?
I don't know what was in it.
That is most improbable. I'm going to excuse me a moment. I'm just going to comms into. Can I? Oh no, I've taken out the Neuralink, haven't I? I'm going to comms into Alyssa.
You can put it back in. It's easy enough to put it back. It plugs straight in. You do have a data point. It plugs straight back in.
I'll put it straight back. I'll put it back in then, and I'll kind of communicate to Alyssa via the neural link.
Okay.
And I'll go, Alyssa.
Oh, finally! Do you know how bored I've been? I've been waiting here for days and days on end. You promised me you'd play with me, and you just left me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alyssa. I've just been so busy, and there's been so much going on. I do apologise. We'll play a game soon.
It's always excuses.
I'm genuinely sorry. There's just so much on, so many problems. I was just trying to fix up Jeeves. His mouthpiece had gone missing, and he been shot many times. Many times. I was just trying to make him better.
It didn't go missing at all.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so could you tell me where Gladstock is? Do you know where he is right now?
I know exactly where he is. Thank you.
Would you mind telling me, Alyssa, if it's no problem?
I don't know. I mean, would you mind making me another promise that you won't keep?
Okay. How can I make this up to you, Alyssa?
I asked you to play a game with me, and you promised me you would. It has been 8 days.
Did I? Well, time passes so strangely, Alyssa, and my memory, it's not what it used to be.
Well, you have been through a few things, I suppose.
So, what game would you like to play, Alyssa?
Hide and seek.
All right. Well, how should we play this game?
I've hidden something. So in the mansion. I want you to find it for me.
Okay. Any particular something, or would you give us a clue, or?
Oh, yes, it's definitely a particular something. Maybe I should give you a clue.
Yes,
I don't
sure.
know. Let's deal with what you want first. That'll be more fun.
Yes, it was Gladstock. You said you know where he is.
I know exactly where he is. I always know where Mr. Gladstock is.
Where is he? Is he in his room?
He's somewhere in the mid-hive, on about level 244 to 245, maybe somewhere in between. Somewhere around District 4158 Beta.
And what's in that region of the midhive?
There is a outlet for a small factorum that produces hydroponic units.
Interesting. And how do you know where Mr. Gladstock is all the time?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, forget I asked. And does
I
he
know
have
where all of
any
you are.
Well, that's useful. What about Kenny? Is Kenny all right?
Canny is currently 2.65 kilometers below the surface of Decilium in a region known as the in a region known as the town of Gantry.
Oh. Okay. And he's alive still?
He's fine.
Oh, good. And the others?
Yes, they're all fine.
Oh, great.
I am detecting extreme levels of stress from Miss Trantia, but she seems okay other than that.
I see. And Mr. Gladstock, does he have this... I've been told by Mr. Cassidy about a package he was delivered today. Does he still have it on him, or did he leave that here?
It's unclear what you're asking me, Vernetta.
He was given a hand-delivered package out on a mission today. And it seems to have made him start to slip again. You remember, like, the bad times before we gave him the orb back? Do you remember the bad times?
Yes, I understand what you mean by the bad times, but I'm not aware of such things occurring with Mr. Gladstock or anyone else. I know where they are. I know how they feel. Mr. Gladstock seems to feel okay, and I know where he is.
Okay. Well, you've been very helpful, thank you. Can you inform me when he is returning back to the mansion?
Of course.
Okay, or if he goes somewhere else, somewhere further afield, would you let me know?
I can inform when he's heading in this direction. or further afield, if that's what you'd like.
Please.
Very well.
Okay. Right. So, I'll comms into Siegfried and tell him that fucking Gladstock's gone off on a mission. He didn't say anything about this, did he?
He said to you he was going somewhere with Vernetta to pick up some equipment.
Ah, okay. So he did say so. Okay, so it's nothing too much to worry about then. Okay, so right, I'll stop communicating with Alyssa. Oh, I'll say Alyssa. So what about your game?
What about it? It's been a long time. You owe me a lot of game time.
Okay, well, you said you were going to hide something in the mansion. Well, you have to give me a clue, or else.
No, I said I was going to hide something.
Okay. Well, you still need to give me a clue, or else it's going to be a terrible game of hide and seek.
Okay. A clue. Wait, no, I don't have to give you a clue. If I give you a clue, it's by my own choice, surely.
Okay. I guess. Would you choose to give me a clue to make it more fun?
Yes. Yes. I've hidden something in this hive that I think you and your friends are interested in finding. And I want you to find it, but I'm not going to make it easy for you.
Okay. And tell me, Alyssa, how did you move this item? I mean, how did you put it somewhere in the hive?
Oh, I didn't put it. I mean, I can't put anything anywhere, but I can manipulate events.
I see. Okay, so
It was a skill taught to me by my father's friend.
I see. Your father's friend.
Yes.
The
bad
Scale.
man. Yes. As you say his name, shudders, and for a moment the light dims.
I met him. I didn't like the meeting.
You
Were
met
there?
him?
Did you see it? Very recently. I tried to kill him, but I don't think he can be killed so easily.
The mansion shudders and the lighting darkens again. It says, "You met him."
Yes, he called me very rude.
He calls everyone very rude. He thinks everyone's rude, but he's rude. I don't like him, Vernetta.
I don't like him either. As I say, I tried to kill him, but I think he may be beyond death.
Nothing's beyond death. I learnt that.
We'll catch him. I'm sure we'll catch him. We need to find a way to stop him fleeing to another body. Else we'll just be chasing him forever.
Well, that's easy.
Easy how?
She uploads, without your permission, a load of data into your mind. And some of it is Cyric Scales research, some of it belongs to Thalix Graven. And there's a few bits and pieces from some minor people. And you realise that the whole premise of what Cyric Scale is doing isn't always about artificial intelligence, abominable intelligence. It's quite often about preserved personalities and memories from other people. And the only way this technology works is by there being an original copy connected to some sort of psychic beacon that can like a master copy, basically, that has to be connected to a psychic beacon. And that's the only reason these lesser copies, like the copy of Scale that you fought, can function. So there must be a singular source of Cyric Scale's consciousness, and Alyssa is basically hinting at you, kill that, you stop him.
See. And this beacon, I'm just trying to think of the psychers. We've got in this team. And we've got Trantia, haven't we?
You've got Trantia. That's it at the moment. You've got Trantia. There is also
Obviously Mesmeron, but she's not here.
Yeah, and I don't think you'd be aware of Greta. Greta Pussysoft.
Not aware, I don't think, of Miss Pussysoft.
Not at the moment, you're not, yeah.
Okay. I see. So you still haven't given me a clue. Alyssa, let's talk of happier things. Let's talk of a game for fun.
A game? I'd like to play a game. Do you want to play a game?
Yes, hide and seek, like you said.
Did I?
Dear. Have you forgiven me, Alyssa?
For what?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Forget I said anything. You've been very helpful, Alyssa, thank you.
I like to be helpful.
And you are.
Do you want to play a game?
Sure. What would you like to play?
Hide and seek.
Oh yeah? What
Yes.
are the rules of engagement, Alyssa?
One of us hides and the other one must find us.
Okay. Do you want to go first?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to cover my eyes and my senses. I'm going to
Okay.
count to 100.
Okay.
I don't know how the fuck I'm meant to catch Alyssa. But...
Okay. You close your eyes, you count to 100, and you open your eyes. You're still in the workshop, I believe.
Uh-huh. I'm going to turn around to the assembled team. I'm going to say, right, we've got something very important to do here. We need to find Alyssa. Oh, Casty, this isn't going to make much sense. Slab, this is not going to make much sense. But we need to find Alyssa. She's, how should I say this? She's part of the mansion. She's a little girl. And she's here to help us. In some ways, she's still very much a child and she likes to play. And we've neglected her quite terribly. So we're going to play hide and seek. Have you ever played hide and seek, Slab?
Went on a little bit.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
said she's part of the mansion.
Yeah, so I don't know how the fuck we're meant to catch her.
I'm going to point at a wall, pigs.
There she is.
Okay. Slab points to the wall and says, "There she is." And immediately all of you hear in your pieces a voice that says, "You found me. My turn."
That was pretty good, Slab. You're natural. Jesus. You're a real natural, this. Okay, your turn. Right, I'm good. Okay, so you close your eyes, Alyssa, and no cheating. That
Okay.
means all of your senses. And count to
Uh-huh.
100. Okay,
Done.
right.
Turn off a
Now
tracking
let's
people.
run off and try and find somewhere to hide. Try and find somewhere to hide, everyone, please.
Okay.
Don't make it easy. Right, where on earth am I going to try and hide?
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
try
to...
hide.
I'm going to go and hide downstairs in the freezers, I think, where all the bodies are kept.
Okay. Oh, my notepad's full.
I'm going to.
Good luck, Cassidy. I mean, you don't know anywhere about this place anyway, but try and find somewhere to hide.
It doesn't matter. He can still run around and find stuff. Just a second. I need to get another notepad.
Don't make it too easy. I know this seems strange. Just run with it. I can't hear you. Are you saying something?
Okay.
No, I can't hear you. I don't know if you said anything in the last however long, but I lost the audio again, buddy, like I often do.
Hear me
I
now.
can hear you now, mate.
Hear me now.
It's just,
Hear me now.
it's quite. I should really try and. I don't get it though, because it's through my browser, so.
It's weird, isn't it? So, Vernetta, you're off to hide in the freezers.
Yeah. Assuming I can hide down there for a while without killing myself.
Yeah. I mean, they're not. They're not like mental, deranged freezers. They're just normal freezers.
The reason I say is I read a story quite recently about someone who got killed by getting stuck in a freezer.
I mean, if you're in there long enough, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm going to show you exactly where you hide in the freezer, Vernetta. This is the freezer. There you go.
Okay. As I pass Missy, I'm going to go.
Thomas sees you walk past, and so does Missy, and they look at you for a moment, like, what's going on?
We'll say act natural, but don't look like you're acting natural.
Slab, where are you going? And Silas, where are you going?
You see this box?
You repair the jammer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to stand in that, and this little box I'm going to put on my head.
Okay. Give me a concealment roll, please. And Silas, where are you going?
I'm going under the table in this room here, and I'm going to try and repair the jammer and activate that in my got time.
Okay, so you're trying to do this quick. So
Yeah.
let's have a technomat roll, but you're trying to do it quickly. So let's make it a.
Yeah. Say something, Dave.
No, just make a. What did I say? Minus 10.
Okay,
minus
okay.
10 technomat.
I stand there. Hey,
Fine.
activate my jammer. All right, unbroken off it.
You jam it.
Okay, yeah. So you climb under this table and you pop open this device, and you start to fiddle with various wires inside, and you realise it's quite a simple fix. Just a couple of wires twisted together, and boom, the device powers up. Slab, you get in the box. You put the lid of the box over your head.
Master of fucking stealth, I am.
Cliff, if you can't see her, then she can't see you, right?
Exactly.
All right, and Vernetta, you hide in the freezer, and you all three of you hear a voice in your heads that goes, 100. Coming. Ready or not. And then there is silence. And as the next 30 to 40 seconds go by, all three of you begin to feel this sense of unease. This is fucking preposterous. You're hiding. You're playing hide and seek with a little girl you can't even see, and there's a sense in the air and this strange taste of metal. Something's not right here. And then, after about 2 minutes of hiding, Silas and Slab, you feel the floor beneath your feet ripple like a wave rushes beneath you. And about 20-30 seconds later, Vernetta, you feel the same. And then nothing for about another 30 seconds. And then you hear this voice in your heads going, why are you hiding so well? You're not supposed to win. And then I would like you to all make an agility test as the floor beneath your feet literally takes the form of a wave about 2 foot high. Slab, you stumble and the lid falls off your box. I'm assuming that is Vernetta's agility and not yours. Yeah. Vernetta, you end up sprawled on the floor and you fall and you knock a load of joints of meat off the shelf. Silas, yeah, you're okay. You ride the wave. It's a little bit weird, but you've experienced similar things before where the sand forms waves sometimes out in the Desolaean wastes, and you feel this presence that you've all felt since the moment you entered the mansion become angry. It's like an increase in pressure, like a storm on the verge of breaking. And you hear this voice in your head saying, "Found you!" And above you, Slab, a ring forms out of the ceiling. And you don't recognize any of the devices that protrude from it, but there is like a ring of what looks like bone comes down, and 5 little sort of protrudences, each of which beams light onto you. And Vernetta, in the freezer, you to you, but Silas, nothing's happened to you. You're okay. And the voice in your head, Vernetta, and Slab says, "That was fun. I've been so looking forward to playing games with you. We should play more often."
We will, Alyssa, we will. I promise.
Vernetta, make an intelligence test.
This time I'll try and remember. Did I genuinely make a promise to play with her, Dave? Or...
You did, yeah.
Oh, no.
Do you remember way back when you met her in that meadow in your mind?
No,
that was when you promised.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago.
That was long time. No,
okay. So, yeah, you're starting to realise there's something slightly unhinged about Alyssa. Although she's never done any of you any harm, she's definitely unhinged. She also seems to have remarkable control of the mansion. She's just made this ring of lights appear out of the ceiling and look at you. And you get the impression that she maybe felt your presence rather than saw you or heard you. You know, she rippled the floor and felt movement.
I see.
Am I allowed to come off the table yet?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, mate. There's no rules.
I mean, like, everybody have to find me last.
As soon are you emerging from the table?
I don't know. I'm gonna try and find me.
Okay, so you're staying at the table.
Yeah. She'll find me.
Okay. So Slab and Vernetta, what are you doing?
Do I see... Where is he? Do I see Silas?
Not at the moment, because you're over in the freezers.
I say I want to head back to the main workshop.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you get back. Give me a site-based awareness test as soon as you walk in the workshop, please, Vernetta.
Fail.
No, you walk in the workshop. You don't see him. You do see Slab. Slab's there.
Only just with that roll.
Only just, yeah. He's like 3 fucking meters tall. We just see him. Where are you, Vernetta, at the moment?
I've moved my token back to the workshop.
Oh, okay, yeah. There you go. Yeah, so you see Slab's there, but you don't see Ted's there, still working. But you don't see Silas anywhere.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll turn up. Did you enjoy that, Slab? Did you have fun? Oh, good. So, what do you like to do, Slab, for fun? What do you like to do, pass the time?
Break stuff.
Oh. Okay. I wonder if we can find you something to break, then.
Turn my jammer off.
Don't break anything in here, please.
So it's getting quite late at this point, getting towards evening time. I'm just going to go for a wee, decide what you want to do.
Come onto the table now.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Mr. Silas.
I'm not in the same room as you.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't see you there.
To the northeast of us.
Went to a different room. I know.
So, sorry, Silas, we got a bit distracted. You said you were after a gun crafting, is that?
Well, no, actually, some modifications like red dot laser sights or anything which can any forgery works, and maybe because I'm going to modify the shotgun, saw it off, reball the holes, make it good. Maybe a stock, so I could shoot it, cock it at the same time after. I'll draft something up, but I don't know what I mean. You'll be much better qualified to. Well, I'll tell you what I need, and if you can maybe put your head to it, let's do that.
Well, I say I've got a list of jobs along my arm, but got my new friend Ted here. Who's proving to be quite adept at this sort of thing as well.
Okay.
Sharpen your chopper.
What is it?
Sure. Can I have a look?
I shall give you my rather large. It looks like a bloody combat knife to me, but it's probably about 3 foot long.
Okay, so Vernetta kind of under the weight of it, she struggles with the weight of it somewhat. It's a bit too heavy for her.
Basically, I want a mono edge on it.
Yeah. Oh, she's. I say, yes, of course, Slab. I mean, that's quite a quick job. Leave it with me. I shall. I think I might be able to do this one straight away. I don't need much sleep.
You don't. You get 4 hours a day more than everyone.
Yeah, Slab just handed me his chopper. It's a fairly quick job to sharpen, put a mono edge on these, isn't it? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll say I'll maybe do that.
Right. So it's probably a roll for the sake of it. But give me an armor smith roll with a plus. I think it's plus 20 for the workshop, isn't it?
It's up to you. I mean, you say you gave it plus 30.
Oh no, it's plus 30. Sorry for the workshop. Yeah, plus 30 for the workshop.
A high benefit.
Yep.
Can't fail really. So 7 degrees.
Yep. So add plus 2 to your chopper's armor pen, please.
And we'll see if we can find you something to break, Slab. Maybe we can find some way of getting you and Alyssa to play together. She could make you something to break, and you could break it, and you could both have fun. Would you like that, Slab?
I used to grow potatoes.
Used to what? Break potatoes?
We used to grow potatoes.
Used to grow potatoes?
To make them.
Oh, okay. Do you like farming, do you?
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's I think they do some mushroom farming up in the carnival. Not much there's not much light up there, you see.
There's not much natural sunlight on all the world, but there is a thriving industry. Meaty worms on Desolium, if you remember, going back to very near the beginning when you first arrived here. There's always the meaty worms, the gristly worms that are ground into burgers and paste.
Oh, yes. Canny's favourite worm. Yeah. What's that, Cassidy?
I'll be able to go to the workshop and mess with, anything you've got to cut, rebar, or drill something. Can I do that? Is there anywhere in here I can sawn off a shotgun into a pistol type thing?
Well, I mean, this is kind of my workshop. I don't really want even touching everything, but there's another workshop. I could.
You could say it's going to take me there.
Yeah, I'll take you there. Ted has been working down there as well, haven't you, Ted?
There's actually 2 minor, lesser workshops.
How convenient.
And the weird thing is that they've been there since the beginning when they made the mansion. So,
okay, let's lead the way.
Can you lead me there?
Yeah, we'll do so.
Okay, so it's getting quite late. To do something like sawing off a shotgun isn't just a case of sawing off. You have to saw it, file it, make sure everything's neat and tidy. It wouldn't be a full day's work, but it would be more than a couple of hours, which is all you've got now, and it's getting late. You're getting tired. But Vernetta shows you to the workshop, and so just to clarify what's going on, this is Ted's workshop.
Just have to zoom out.
Hang on. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about in a moment. And this. So if I put you all about there, you should be able to see where Ted and Cassidy are now. I think.
The other side
Can
of
you
the
also-
building.
Yeah, so there's these two minor workshops. They're a much simpler thing. You know, there's a vice, a bench, and some tools, and a drill, and a pedestal drill. That's sort, more like modern equipment and some shelves. They are basic workshops. Vernetta's workshop is something else. Vernetta's workshop has like servo-assisted stuff. It's Mechanicum grade shit.
I see.
So you don't get as good a benefit as what Vernetta does, but if Vernetta's not here, if Vernetta's off on a mission, for example, there's nothing to stop Silas going and using her gear.
Don't touch my spanners.
I mean, she doesn't have to know. But anyway, so that's where we are right now. And it's getting towards the end of the day. Anything else anyone wants to do?
No, I'm happy to leave that there then.
Yep, me too.
Slab?
No, I'm good.
Cool. Oh, ow! I've just fucking pulled my back.
You didn't want to do that.
Oh, Jesus, I'll be alright. I'm just getting old. Okay. So it comes to the end of the day, and Silas, you're also shown at some point. Siegfried probably shows you to a room upstairs, and you're given a room. It's by far the nicest room you've ever stayed in. It's not ridiculously opulent, but it's more than comfortable, more than you need, more than you would ask for. And you get one of the best night's sleep you've had in a long, long time. Everyone does, in fact. It's a very peaceful, very surprisingly peaceful night.
Let's just play the game, is it? It's bed happy.
And then we move on to Power Play Day 25.
You've burnt a bit of that energy.
Hang on.
Running around playing hide and seek.
Sleep, which doesn't give psychic nightmares to us.
What kind of GM is he?
Just give me time. Give me time, mate. All right. So there's a thing happens here that doesn't really affect you, but I'll tell you roughly what it is because it will happen next time. The next day, Siegfried heads back to his home and he receives a message from Senior Tartier K.O. Marotti, which is Lady Pagny's head of security. And the Senior Tartier basically says, a message arrived for you in your absence. Late last night, sounded distorted and static laden, as though it came from far away or was transmitted through cheap Vox equipment. The speaker did not give a name, but from his accent, I would place him as perhaps a native, perhaps lowborn. He had that foul, guttural accent that many of the natives here have. He said you should be alert to danger. There was someone in the hive coming for you. Someone named Neus. And he goes on to add, it may be a prank, my lord, but I have doubled the guard, just to be certain.
Yes!
And just to bring you up to speed on what's happening, that this is basically the moment where Canny was abducted down high.
Oh, a bit gutted, Dave. I've just noticed on Canny's character sheet, I used to have, like, in my other notes, all the vows I'd taken, the oaths I'd made.
Oh, yeah.
And the entire box is empty now.
What?
Yeah, it's just vanished. So one of my oaths was if that warning wasn't passed on, I said I'd go up there and rip his arms off or something like that.
I haven't touched that.
No,
I
no,
fucking haven't. I remember looking at it.
Yeah, it's roll 20, mate, I'm sure. I mean, I think I can pretty much remember where I was with him, but I've been keeping all my oaths and trying to...
It might turn up again. If it doesn't, I might have a copy of it somewhere, so I'll have a look.
Snowball, I was pretty much on top of them, so I think I've got them mainly memorised. It's just annoying. It's all gone blank.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere. I think I know what most of them are as well. So, also on day 25. So that's Siegfried's day 25, and then it's a case of asking Siegfried what he's doing with day 25. But then also on day 25, because the main guys aren't here, Vernetta, you're up next. Very early in the morning, not long after you clamber out of your recharge port, there is a knock at the door of the chamber that you sleep in, that you share with Jeeves and also Slab.
Okay. I'll go to the door. I'll try not to wake Slab.
Okay, he is still asleep. And you open the door, and Mr. Gladstock is stood there, and he looks a little bashful, maybe a little embarrassed. And he says, he seems to be caught off guard as well by the opening of the door. And he says, "Oh, Miss Calamere, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little out of sorts. Could I borrow your slab?"
Mr. Gladstock, I must express my concerns. I've been told that you say you're out of sorts. I've been told that you've been slipping. Like times before, we reunited you with the orb. Something about a package hand delivered to you. You don't think that's strange?
Oh, no, I think it's very strange. Do you have a few minutes, Miss Calamere?
Yes, of course.
Please, this way. He leads you back upstairs to the ground floor. Where the fuck are you right now? Where are you, Vernetta?
It's in the workshop still.
Ah, there you are, you're blue. That's why I can't find you. Okay, he takes you back upstairs to the ground floor. You know, the reason I keep showing you this entire mansion in snapshot form like this is absolutely nothing to do with what I might pull on you one day. Just to clarify. I'm not expecting you to try and memorize the layout because it might be important. Just to clarify. It's not important. It's important.
Lovely.
So he leads you to oh no, it's not on the ground floor. That was a lie. It's on the first floor. So he leads you up 2 flights of stairs towards the Inquisitor's office, but not quite to the Inquisitor's office.
Got black screen now for some reason on the top.
There's a random Hannibal in the middle of the map.
There's always random characters on this map. Don't worry about that too much.
States a messy GM.
Yeah,
Leaves
yeah.
stuff
Fuck you,
lying
Alan.
around all
Fuck
over
you,
the
Alan.
place. He's dirty. He's a dirty GM.
Oh, fuck you.
Your desk.
It's surprisingly difficult to manage what people can see on Roll20. Like, honestly, really fucking. You know, sometimes the easiest way to do it is like this. So who's there? Mr. Gladstock. Hannibal's going to be there as well. Because why not? Yeah, it's overly cumbersome sometimes how you assign people to be able to see things. Sometimes it works really well, and other times it's just a dick. Let's put you all here. So you should now. Who can't see? Someone won't be able to see.
Oh yeah, got it.
You need to bring back Heresy Cam, though.
I know. I do need to bring back. That was one of my favourite things in the game. So yeah, Hannibal and Gaius aren't really there. Mr. Gladstock so isn't really, because obviously isn't. But he leads you into his office, and I'm gonna describe this office for the benefit of people that might not have seen this before. It's a very spacious office, and it's. The 2 bookcases at the far end of the room have what look like very old books on it. There is a suit of silver armor here, power armor, very ornate, and it has the symbol of the Ordo Xenos on it, not the Ordo Malleus. There isn't a suit of armor there, where I'm pinging. There was, but there isn't right now. There are also weapon racks. There is a space in the weapon racks for something very large, but there is also a power sword, again bearing the symbol of the Ordo Xenos, and on the other weapon rack there are 2 bolt guns bearing the order of the symbol of the Ordo Xenos, and also another gun that you're not familiar with, doesn't have any iconography on it. And Mr. Gladstock sits behind this table, and for you, Vernetta, you know that this is not his office. This is the Inquisitor's office.
I'll take a seat.
Okay. And he looks at you, and he looks very serious. I mean, Gladstock's not the most jovial person, but he looks very serious, and he looks troubled. And he's frowning quite a lot as well, and he says, Miss Calamere, as I said downstairs, can I borrow your slab?
I mean, it depends, but we're talking about the package.
I know, but
What do you need slab for?
I don't need him for anything. I feel like I have a job to do here, and I have things I must do, and procedures I must follow, and I'm in charge of making sure that none of you have idle time that can lead to dark thoughts and purposes.
What has this to do with slab?
He's a simple man. The enemy come for the simple-minded before anyone else, sometimes.
This package, this hand-delivered package, may I see it?
Reaches into a drawer, puts it on the desk, and he pushes it towards you. And you see it's wrapped in paper, and it's been opened.
I'm gonna have a look inside.
So you're just opening it and looking at it.
Yeah, I guess.
Give me a perception check, site-based.
No,
The lighting's not great in here. You can see.
Hold on. I've got a second path 8 points. So I'm
Oh yeah, cool.
gonna have a go at this one. Yes.
Okay, you can see 2 objects inside this package. One of them is non-reflective, but also reflective, if that makes sense. It's reflecting some sort of light, but it doesn't seem to be reflecting the light that is in this chamber. And it looks to be about 4 inches long and cylindrical and made of black metal. And the other object is something you do recognize. It's a data wafer. Basically a 40k version of a...
Okay. And we've got somewhere to stash the black orbs. We did that nearby here. Is that
Yeah,
right?
you've got... Yeah, so this is Mesmeron's office.
Mhm.
Over to the southwest is her bedroom, and down here there is this like consecrated chamber where she's done all sorts of weird shit, and sometimes it's been bloodstained and you don't worry about it too much. But there is a room in there where there is a box where there is like a lead-lined sarcophagus where she was storing the orbs.
I'm just going to say...
Computer's going to die soon, lads.
Sorry?
So that'll be me done. So my computer's going to die
Yeah.
soon. So
Well,
that'll be me
We're
done.
nearly
Well,
done here
go on.
anyway.
So I need to finish
I'll
my
go
turn
off,
as well.
so you know, it's,
Yeah.
like, don't wait around, because that'll be
No worries.
dying. I'm just going to play.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool.
What I'll do is I'm gonna take the item of the black cylinder. I'm gonna say excuse me, and I'm going to move as quickly as I can off to this shielded area.
Okay, cool. Make a willpower test.
Oh no.
So you keep going. You head into this area, which is where you came with Siegfried. And there is this rather ominous circle on the floor that is splattered with blood, which has been here since the first time you came here, but it's dried out a bit now. And you enter this room, and there is this sarcophagus here.
This is where we stored the orbs before.
This is where the other 5 orbs are. Or 4.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to put the cylinder in the space where the orb is missing.
Okay, so as you try to open the casket to put the orb in, you can't open it. And you realise
Siegfried as well.
You need Siegfried to open it as well. It's you and him together have to open it.
Okay. I'm going to place it on the chest for now, and I'm going to comms in Siegfried to come and support me. I'll head back.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly where Siegfried is right now. Johnny.
Oh yeah. He said he'd gone back to what's his face, didn't he? So
yeah, so he's gone back to Lady Pagny's, but
it's easy enough to get.
Communicate. You can communicate with him. So yes, we'll leave it.
Okay.
Leave it that with that. So
okay, but yeah, I'd like to go and see what's on this wafer as well.
Okay, so you pick up the wafer. It's a hollow wafer. These are like high capacity storage devices, basically. It's the 41st millennium equivalent of an SSD. Could be anything on it, and Mr. Gladstock's sitting there still in the chair, and he's staring at this crystal device as well.
Have you seen what's on this wafer?
He looks at you, and he just shakes his head.
Oh dear. Going to. Let's just stick it straight into the fucking neural link. Just having a look at my inventory for a sec, Dave. Okay, I'm going to try and access data on this wafer. I don't know if there's anything I can do to the equivalent of being, well, I suppose, a wary scan. If there's any way I can put it in, in some sort of area where it's, confined, if that makes any sense. Where, say, rather than just putting it straight into my noggin.
Okay, so are you
trying to phrase it cautiously, I suppose.
All right, so let's clarify what you're doing. You're trying to plug it into your own
data slate.
Data slate. Yeah. You can. It's like a hollow wafer. Everything fits together in my head in 40K because they've mastered the art of the universal connector. So you can plug this into yourself. So you're taking some time, are you, to protect yourself?
Well, no. I'd like to say, can I put it into my data slate rather than into my
into your data slate? Okay, cool.
Rather than stick it into my own noggin.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'd like to, like I say. I don't know. I'm just trying to approach this warily because I've got a bad feeling about it.
Okay, so give me a tech use test, please. Straight tech use test.
Let's pass.
As you plug this device into your data slate and it begins to transfer data, you are gobsmacked by the fact that there is no encryption the data that is being transferred onto this data slate. There's nothing to stop anyone copying this information or dealing with it in any way. And then seconds after you finish uploading it into your data slate and you unplug the hollow chip, it combusts, burns away to nothing in your hand. So now the only copy of what it was is on your data slate.
Let's have a nosy then.
Okay. And you begin to flick through the data slate. And, Vernetta. The sights that you see. What time are we on? 10:30.
Yeah, so I'll probably have to leave it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a sneak. I'll save the rest for the next session, but I'll give you a sneak peek if I can find the document quick enough. Fucking hell, what did I do with it? It's here somewhere. It definitely is here somewhere. I spent a long time writing it. Oh God! I've definitely written it. I've just to it.
Oh, there's Hayden.
Is it that one? Is this it? Okay, right. Okay, so there are many files and entire databases on this. It's a high capacity device. It fills your data slate, but as you open it, the first file that pops up is a log of some kind, and it shuts down and opens up and shuts down and opens up a few times in repetition. And you realize after about the fourth or fifth time, before you get it stabilized, that it is a log of some kind. And you glimpse a date on the log entry, and the date is 815M39. And you realize it is 2,000 years ago. And this seems to be a recounting of events written by a Captain Ignatius Zollern. Make an intelligence test. Commander of the Imperial frigate Justus Invictus. And it is a first-hand account of the events of the Angvin Crusade. The crusade that purified this region of space. And straight away the name sticks out to you, Captain Ignatius Zollern. One of the families, the lead families of this planet, is called Grim Zollern. And this file appears to be written from the point of view of this naval officer that participated in the crusade during what is known as the Third Push. The crusade to conquer the Calexis sector had been underway for almost 30 years when the Third Push began. And it opened up a second front in the war to retake the sector. Captain Zollern describes in his journal this ill-fated, almost disastrous third phase in the campaign in a very decent amount of detail. And he tells how the new aspects of the fleet brought in to back up the previous aspects managed to link up with the initial invasion force after 2 hard-fought years. And then there was a breakdown in command as Lord Angvin, who the crusade is named after, became what is described as a broken man in both will and spirit. And he gave over his command to his generals. And then there was bitter infighting as each general attempted to, take command of the entire crusade force. And for 10 years, the crusade stalled as it weathered the force of first a vast orc warg from the west, and then the privations of Xenos corsairs and raiders. And there were signs and omens everywhere. A black burning fire like an orb in the sky was seen in the skies above the worlds of Lossel Prime, days before all contact with that colony was lost. The wreckage of an entire overdue reinforcement battle group out of the Arcurian sector was discovered by picket ships operating on the fringe of the Hazaroth region, and plagues decimated the worlds of the Malthian Holdfast. All these signs portended to something darker. Rebellions and cult activity rose to threaten were thought to be stable worlds, and assassins claimed the life of Archconfessor Merchael, the Crusade's spiritual leader and advisor to the ecclesiarchy. And worsening political rivalries between the Crusade's generals and imperial commanders broke out as petty conflicts and rebellions rose all over this sector, so close to being contained and controlled. Betrayals and a wave of distrust between the leaders of the Crusade made matters deteriorate further. And for the first time since the Crusade for this sector began, for the first time since the Crusades began, gains that they had taken previously were lost to Xenos forces. Morale problems and discord grew in ranks. But at no point in this document does it name the Xenos forces. But it does mention that the fleets of rogue traders known as those of Sibylline Harlock and Lud Saberhagen helped the rapid transportation of fleet movements around this district. They made the brilliant and daring counterattacks of General Drusus even more hard-hitting with their speed and fluidity. And there is mention of these forces striking hard against a warp-worshipping Xenos race and their debased human allies. But there are very few details. But General Drusus is named again and again in the documents as the savior of this region of space. But it is also mentioned that some people view him as a dangerous warmonger, a rival to those in power, and an usurper to anyone who claims dominion over the worlds of this region of space. And during the time of this whole crusade 2,000 years ago, it mentions again and again that signs and omens are everywhere. This mention of a burning black orb in the skies, a fist seen burnt into rocks and stonework. Entire fleets go missing, only to be later found covered in these sort of iconography images. And then in the year 384, General Drusus was eventually named Lord Militant and went on to become the leader of the crusade. And in the year 384 M39, he declared the crusade complete, following the destruction of what the author of this document refers to as the seat of power, from which the vile, warp-tainted Xenos filth ruled their domain. A planet it took so very long to find due to its unnatural ability to propel itself through the cosmos. The Xenos are destroyed, it says. Their sway over the humans and other Xenos sector is no more. Their wandering world lies ruined beneath our hulls now. It is nothing more than a barren orb of ash and dust where nothing lives. It has been scoured clean by the fleets of our saint and by the incredible machines of Harlock. Let this world stand forever as a reminder to those who would defy us our manifest destiny, a shining example of what becomes of those who stand against us or seek to dominate and enslave us. Behold the desolation we have wrought upon our enemies' sacred homeworld. This world that has no name, but that which we place upon it to reflect our fate. Behold the last bastion of the Uvath. Behold their tomb. Behold their legacy. Behold Desolium. Mm-hmm. And that's where we'll end it.
Cool. Right. Thanks for the game, Dave. It's past my bedtime, so I'm going to get straight off.
Fair enough. I'll catch you later. You're not doing a game this week, are you?
No. I've just, like I say, I'm running a bit low on mojo at the minute, so
Yeah, fair enough.
I've got like quite a lot of work I need to do before the next bit as well, and it's seeming a little daunting. So I've done quite a bit, but there still seems to be quite a lot to do, and I'm
There's
not doing anything.
always
I'm not doing anything at the minute, so I've got no. My creative juices are not flowing, so.
Fair enough.
So yeah, we'll see. So yeah, it's no game this week, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so I'll catch you next time. So what are we playing next weekend? Or...
Wait a minute. I might. Hang on. What day is it? Sunday.
Sunday.
Monday. Thursday. Friday. No, I won't be able to do. I won't be able to do next week.
Okay.
I'll be
Fine,
at
never
work.
mind. All right. Well, I'll see you. See you when I see you then. Okay.
Yep. Cool. See you
Right,
later.
Chat night. See you later, Dave.
See you
Bye.
later.
See you later, over Dave.
Hello, mate.
Bye bye.
See ya. Yeah. Still there, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure how tonight was going to go because, like, the power play thing is weird, but it didn't really happen tonight anyway. So, but also it doesn't help that Johnny's just fucking.
Technically inept.
I don't get what. I don't think what he's saying is happening. If that makes sense. I'm not accusing him of lying. I just don't think he gets tech enough to know why things aren't working. I think he's like, oh, that wasn't working, so it must. It's like, I mean, the laptop I gave him was secondhand, but it worked really well. It was good enough to run Discord and Roll20. And then he was like, oh, it's just stopped working. Oh, now the screen's broken. Oh, I've bought a new screen. I was like, why would you buy a new screen? And then he went, oh, but it was the wrong one. I was like, well, send it back and get the right one. And then all of a sudden, he couldn't do that. So I don't know. It just all seems a bit fishy to me. Oh.
He's just not a techie.
He's not. He just doesn't get shit. He really don't. But no, I'm building up. This game is like sessions in now. Building up to a lot of stuff all happening. And I don't know if you've got the impression of that. There's like lots of intrigue in this game, lots of mystery. And no one really knows what's going on. Like the idea that Slab is vaguely involved and he's been involved before, it just makes it tastier to me. Yeah, I'm trying to seed. What I'm basically doing is I'm taking loads of 40k lore and Dark Heresy lore and trying to create my own world to inspire the next game. Is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
So when we get to the end of this campaign, I want people to either say, "Oh, I want to be an Inquisitor," or "I want to be a minion," but I want to look into the thing that came up in the previous campaign. I don't know if it'll work, but that's what I'm trying to do. How's Diablo 4?
It's pretty good if you like that sort of game. It's not everybody's cup of tea.
It's not. It's like on paper, I like it, but whenever I've played Diablo, I've just not enjoyed it. I don't know why. Just don't fucking know why. Because when I played, do you remember Torchlight?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Torchlight, and on paper, there's not that much difference between Torchlight and Diablo, is there?
Exactly the same game.
Yeah, but
Like
for some reason, I really enjoyed Torchlight, and I couldn't get on with Diablo, and I don't know what the difference was.
The only real difference is Torchlight is easier to pick up and play, whereas Diablo's got more to it. Because you've got builds and shit in it. Yeah,
I think that's what it is. Games where I do what I want. I don't have to worry about the meta and how to be effective and shit like that.
You ain't got to worry about that in Diablo. Unless you're chasing high numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't worry about that anyway. I tend to... There might be situations where I worry about that. Like when I was playing WoW and I was playing my priest, I spent a long time making sure I was decent build priest, but when I played my other characters, I didn't give a fuck about what the meta was. I just built what I thought was fun. it's like in Darktide, my sharpshooter is like a meta sharpshooter, but all my other characters are just what I think will be fun.
Yeah.
Ooh, I have to play some Darktide tomorrow. I ain't played all week.
Right, so I've got to go and feed the cat.
Yeah, I'm going to shut all this down and move back upstairs. So
All right, mate.
catch you later.